electrical email received by the Director of Information and Complaints on May 31st, 2020. It was alleged, ladies and gentlemen, that a firearm dealer, John Elliott gun shop, was shut down for numerous months, but miraculously reopened after John paid a hefty $500,000 sum under the table to have it reopened. So, ladies and gentlemen, if indeed this occurred, this is very serious. Under the table, meaning skullduggery, corruption, back of the class, back of the bench, dangerous situation here, potential for breeding up of criminals. You understand? And criminal behavior. When you know that allegedly you can just pay a nice sum of money and for whatever reason your firearm dealership was locked down, John Elliott, allegedly, you'd be okay with this hefty sum under the table. I'm saying, if the allegations are true, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, this is a big issue. Let's continue. As long as you, Carter, get your monetary kickback, you don't care who Shane screw over. What is going on here? Is this a statement from somebody that was given to the Integrity Commission? As long as a Carter, right, get your monetary kickback, you don't care who Shane screw over. You are targeting Mr. Kent Brown because he didn't give, I don't know what that is, Ellsworth Column the $2 million that he tried to shake him down. How many those are script about in a judge? How really about us?
Embarrassing.
He needs some milk.
Hold on. Nuts, good night, Nuts. You reach your right time. Thank you for the gift. Nuts, more as your membership badge for you tonight. Do the right thing. Do the right thing, my baby. Nuts, you come the right time. Let me read over that part about for you again. Firearms dealer John Elliott gun shop was shut down for numerous months, but miraculous. And this is allegations, by the way. It was locked down for numerous months and miraculously reopened after John paid a hefty $500,000 sum under the table to have it reopened. As long as you cater, get your monetary kickback, you don't care who Shane screws over. You are targeting Mr. Kent, look like a Superman, that Mr. Kent Brown, because he didn't give, I don't know what this SIC Ellsworth Column, the $2 million that he tried to shake him down. Any dealer who doesn't come out of his pocket, your harassment is non-stop. You and Letine Allen, auditor Mr. Brown, and can never find anything. And the public notice put out by the FLA on April 26, saying that guns at the FLA for 5 years plus will be destroyed, is a grand ploy to cover up the fact that numerous guns are missing. Jesus have mercy. Ashala, way. Boy! This is the FLA report, ladies and gentlemen. Bolo. No, so this is not normal. Fire sound shot over there. How will you shot them there? No man, something, right?
Take his microphone. Just a minute. Take his microphone. Usher him out.
Hey, let me tell you something. Where's the man? What? My master's degree. Hey, listen to me, ladies and gentlemen. What the hell is going on here? These are quotes, you know. See that? Any dealer who doesn't come out of your pocket or come out of them pocket, the harassment is non-stop. You and letting Allen audit Mr. Brown can never find SIC anything. And the public notice put out by the FLA on April 26, 2021. This was 1 month after this, you know, because if you go person and look, see the May 31st, 2021. But no, hold on. January, February, March, April. Oh, it was before the investigation began. So April 26, 1 month before, a whistleblower, somebody calling, they are emailing the Integrity Commission. 1 month before, look over 1 month before, the person here so is saying that this April 26 notice that if guns at the FLA for 5+ years will be destroyed, it's a grand try to cover up the fact that numerous guns are missing. How would you backside of one in Jamaica? No. This is page 6. This is page 6, Nats. Page 6 minute. See? Hold on, we have numerous guns and thousands of bullets missing. How would the backside of one in Jamaica? Jesus, Father God, no.
Yo. Hold security now. Security now.
Jamaica, listen to me. It says during the course of the investigation, the DI received further allegations germane to the investigation by way of statements dated April 19, 2021. It was further alleged that a lot of flaws of the mediocrity in the audit report, also numerous fabrications of serial numbers that do not exist.
Yo. Hold security now.
What you say? Various numbers of. Well, I'm go back and read that again. That's not what I like about nobody. A numerous fabrication of serial numbers that do not exist. Jesus. Makes and models of weapons that do not exist. Alamala, no. Oshole. What the hell is going on? In April 2018, I wrote a letter to the editor of the Observer. My letter made the letter of the day, and I heard through the grapevine that the CEO of FLA, Mr. Shane Darin, was not happy with the letter and that he was going to cut me down to size. What you saying to me? No. These are dangerous allegations. These are dangerous. They're telling me that allegedly the CEO, Mr. Shane Darin, aka a labor right, allegedly was not happy with the letter that he was going to cut the person down to size. Allegedly. Let me see allegedly again. All that is allegation. Because I have too much title and chat too much backside. Yo.
Something not right, my wisdom warriors. Something is not right. Tell about them.
What the hell? Oh my God, no way.
Help. We see out of the
We
letter.
need your divine intervention. We're tired of the labor rights. We're tired of the green people. We are so far. We can't take it no more. We need this. We need it. Help. Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Govt is a liberator.
Jamaica, according to the individual, allegedly, the CEO, Mr. Shane Daddy, was not happy with the letter and that he was going to cut me down to size. That's individual speaking. And I quote, because I have too much title and chat too much. I understand this to mean that Mr. Darren is not going to stop until he shuts down my business and destroys my reputation. Allah. After receiving the certificate, so hold on, Jamaica. This is somebody that is a dealer. This is somebody that is a dealer that is accounting their...
Not a father yet, but big up yourself.
Pretty much their testimony, right? So, they went to license both Maxfield Avenue and Temple Hall locations. After receiving the certification, I saw where half of my dealer license at the Temple Hall was revoked. The firearm aspect was removed, leaving only license to sell ammunition. Mighty God, sabotage Jamaica, sabotage. That's what the man is saying, sabotage. I called back the FLA and I was told, name redacted, that this is how it will be. This is the way forward. Jesus. Then cut him down to size, ladies and gentlemen. Moving on, individuals pertinent to the investigation. The following persons were considered pertinent to the investigation. Mr. Kent Brown, business owner of KBA Dealers, Jamaica Limited, KBTTC. Mr. Shane Dallin, Chief Executive Officer, CEO of FLA. Mr. Letine Allen, Director Compliance and Enforcement of FLA. Miss Deidre Mullins, Director Applicant and Certification of FLA. Mr. Christopher Christie, Director Information Systems and Technology, FLA, former. Other names in the investigation, Miss Camille Lennox, Human Resource Manager, FLA. Miss Natalie Jones, Amago, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, Manager Examination and Certification of FLA. Miss Shatari English, Ballistics Manager of FLA. Miss Candice Simmons, former Senior Auditor at the FLA. Miss David Shady, Programmer, Firearms License Authority, FLA. Mr. Hansel Ramdon, Systems Engineer, FLA. Mr. Chevon Robbins, Database Administrator, FLA former. Mr. Akeem Meredith, Quality Control Officer, FLA. Mr. Rashawn Brown, Quality Control Officer, FLA. Mr. Tevin White, Technical Support Officer, FLA. And Major Wayne Barrett, Officer Commanding Logistics Company, Jamaica Defense Force, JDF. Mighty God. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. That alone is a mouthful.
Like up the live, ladies and gentlemen. Please.
That alone is a mouthful, my people. Let me scroll up to where is the summary of this particular conclusion, chapter 6, page 62. Let's go to the conclusion. All right. This chapter outlines the conclusion drawn by the DI. Allegations of missing firearms and ammunition from the vault of the FLA. The DI concludes that the FLA actively stores firearms and ammunition belonging to license holder. The DI further concludes that the firearms stored by the FLA for safekeeping, disposal, surrender, seizure, license, not renewed, revocation, FLA inquiry, and firearms for deceased persons. The DI concludes that up to June 23rd, the FLA had 1,224 firearms at the firearms parts stored for destruction. The DI further concludes there is no evidence to support the allegation that any of the firearm and our firearm parts stored for destruction by the FLA are unaccounted for. The DI concludes that 191 0.22 rounds of ammunition belonging to the private arms holder are unaccounted for. Whoa. Over. They conclude that 191 0.22 rounds of ammunition belonging to a private firearm holder are unaccounted for at the FLA's main vault up to June 13, 2023. The DI conclusion is premised on the fact that the respective storage bag labels as containing 519 5.90.22 rounds of ammunition was found to contain 219 0.22 rounds of ammunition. Hold on. 219, 519, 0.22 rounds. It was found to contain 219 ammunition. A further 109 0.22 rounds of ammunition were found amongst an assortment of ammunition. It is important to note that the three was clear indication that the FLA, from the FLA, that 109 of the 0.22 rounds of ammunition that were found amongst the assortment of the ammunition belonged to the private firearm holder. Notwithstanding, 191 of the total amount of 519 0.22 rounds of ammunition remain unaccounted for. Mercy, Father God, take the case, I don't know. So Jamaica, them can't find 100. How much say they can't find? 119 rounds of ammunition is unaccounted for. What if I damage that in a nuts? Mighty God, that's a lot of damage. How much does 100? I don't know nothing about gun and selling, you know. How much does 119 rounds of ammunition worth? How much you can get that for? I'm just asking. Because, hey, the DI further concludes that the FLA failed to adequately maintain the inventory stored in their main vault, and that there ought to be greater accountability in the storage of firearms and ammunition by the FLA. The DI's conclusion is premised on the fact that only 17% of the 4,103 entries of electronic vault management system were checked, and significant anomalies were detected, most noteworthy of which is ammunition being unaccounted for. Jesus of mercy. What are they? As well as deteriorating storage bags found. What do you mean by deteriorating storage bags found? The bags, them start to deteriorate. Where you would have stored the ammunition. Very interesting. Could it be that the ammunitions were removed and left with the bags deteriorating? I'm just asking, I don't know about these things, ladies and gentlemen, but we're going to move on. So there's an unaccounted for issue where the bullets and ammunition is concerned, ladies and gentlemen. Not so much the guns, according to the conclusion so far. Admission, the administration of the FLA license management system. The DI concludes that the FLA's license management system, LMS, was manipulated by the FLA. Jesus, Father God, all this work. What do they mean by manipulated by the FLA? And it appears that inaccurate information was inputted in Mr. Kent Brown LMS account. The DI conclusion is premised on the fact that Siobhan Robinson, former database administrator at the FLA, made 4 entries to the LMS of Mr. Brown of 3 individuals purchasing a total of 6,000 12-gauge bird hunting ammunition without the request or consent of Mr. Brown, with the blouse and skirt about it. This sound like hanky panky. Oh, you fi sell the people them 6,000 12-gauge rounds allegedly, and don't consult Mr. Brown and just go so Babson. Mr. Kent, it don't look good. It don't look good. Let's continue, ladies and gentlemen. This one is spicy. 2 of the alleged purchasers did not possess the requisite permit from NEPA in order to make the alleged purchases. So who from NEPA never have the permit? NEPA, you mean NEPA when they not officer Prime Minister? What a bangarang. What a bangarang. Whoa.
Emotional damage.
Embarrassing. He needs some milk.
Moving on, ladies and gentlemen. Let me read that again. 2 of the alleged purchasers did not possess the requisite permits from NEPA in order to make the alleged purchases. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the persons are not from NEPA. I stand corrected. They did not get the permit from NEPA. Oh, so if you're going to shoot birds and you need those ammunition, you would need to get a permit from NEPA to purchase said ammunition. So if you don't get the permit and you're found with those ammunition, you can go to prison, I would think. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, for clarity. All right, I stand corrected. I got a little bit excited. Anyway, one of the alleged purchases stated that he had never done bird hunting and had never purchased bird hunting ammunition. The second alleged purchaser admitted to participating in bird hunting but had not done since 2015. The confirmed death of the third alleged purchaser, who died approximately 3 weeks before he allegedly purchased 2,000 rounds. Let me read that again. Wait a second, Jamaica. I don't think I read right. Let me slow down. The confirmed death of the third alleged purchaser, who died approximately 3 weeks before he allegedly purchased 2,000 rounds, 1,000 in 2 instances, coupled with the fact that the material time he was in possession of a temporary license which would not permit him to purchase ammunition, further supports Mr. Brown's account that the LMS was manipulated to reflect the incorrect data to his detriment. Jesus have mercy, Father.
Emotional damage.
Something not right, my wisdom warriors. Something is not right. Tell you about them.
What can go so?
Hey, boy, ain't no fucking way, boy. Boy, ain't no 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 way, boy.
Jamaica. What she tell me for you? Stop read. Oh, me stop. Me so done. I conclusion me I read and done. Hey, when me done and something, me done. Me have to do this in the morning, tomorrow, when me wake up. This too much. This too much, Jamaica. Listen to me, man. This man died 3 weeks before the alleged purchase. That are the first red flag. And then you tell me, say, the temporary license would not permit him to purchase the ammunition. And basically the director said, this supports Mr. Brown's account that the thing was manipulated. God. The DI further concludes that the instruction, if any, to input and the fact of inputting, which appears to be fabricated information, prima facie constitute a breach of Section 5 of the Cybercrimes Act. Ordinarily, this matter would have been referred for prosecution consideration, but given certain evidentiary gaps occasioned by the reported failure of the FLA server, no such referrals is being made. Jamaica, let me tell you something. You see this article this post from Oceanwide is very deceptive. When I just read that a while ago, you see why the IC never recommended no criminal charges is not because they did not think any crime was not committed, ladies and gentlemen. It's because there wasn't substantial evidence to charge nobody. That is a big context matters to blows and skirt. Anybody that watch this right now, on in for a treat. If you not watch it live or not watch it replay. This is the breakdown. If you not appreciate it, hit the like button and share this with somebody in a Jesus name. Mighty God. Revocation of license. The DI that Mr. Kent Bent gunsmith and dealership license were revoked by the FLA. The DI concludes is premised upon the revocation order issued by the FLA pursuant to Section 84 of the Firearms Prohibition, Restriction and Regulation Act 2022. The DI further concludes that the FLA did not act ultra-virus to their statutory authority in revoking the reference license. So they're saying they were not in breach of any law by doing that. They were in the right. The DI is unable to resolve the allegation that Mr. John Elliott corruptly paid $500,000 to anyone at the FLA to have his business reopened because Mr. John Elliott died shortly after the commencement of this investigation. Jamaica dead man tells no tale. We're moving right along. This prevented the DI from exploring the reference allegations with him. The DI concluded, what will I do? Didn't that man allege that Mr. Dallin said he would? No, sir. You know, I was page with 64. Me I go back up at page 6. Tell me sure so me this is something up here, so we're very ominous. Very ominous. It says here, Mr. Kent, blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Where is it? There was a reference to something about cutting down, man. And one bag of something long, some man. Yes, see it here. See it here, ladies and gentlemen. In April 2018, I wrote a letter to the editor and the observer. My letter made the letter of the day, and I heard from the grapevine. This is an allegation, ladies and gentlemen, from Mr. John, that died. So he heard from the grapevine that the CEO of FLA, Mr. Shane Daly, was not happy with the letter, and that he was going to cut me down to size. Because I have too much title and chat too much. He says, I understand this to mean that Mr. Dallin is not going to stop until he shuts down my business and destroys my reputation. Sir, you have no business and you have no reputation. Unfortunately, you're no longer in the land of the living. I leave him that one alone. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen. Moving on. Where were we? I was at 64, yes? The DI was unable to resolve the allegation that Mr. John Elliott corruptly paid $500,000 to anyone at the FLA to have his business reopened because Mr. John Elliott died shortly after the commencement of this investigation. This prevented the DI. He died, ladies and gentlemen. We don't know how he died, but he died. This prevented the DI from exploring the referenced allegation with him. The DI concludes that the act of manipulation and manipulating the LMS and the inputting of what appears to be inaccurate information on the system by an employee of the FLA to the detriment of Mr. Browning is sufficient basis for a reasonable and detached observer to form the view that Mr. Kent was targeted by the FLA. Jesus. So it's reasonable to believe, based off the evidence, that Mr. Kent Brown was targeted by the FLA. What a bangarang. The DI concludes its premise on the fact that without any reasonable justification or Mr. Brown's request or consent, Mr. Siobhan Robinson made what appears to be inaccurate entries to Mr. Brown's LMS. These entries had the potential to cause adverse consequences for Mr. Brown's business operation. Further, and as has been established above, one of the three individuals who is alleged to have purchased 2,000 rounds was seized at the material time. The other two individuals have denied purchasing said rounds. This is consistent with Mr. Brown's accounts that the sale of the referenced rounds to the individuals identified did not occur. The DI is, however, unable to conclude whether Mr. Kent Brown was targeted because he did not pay $2 million to Mr. Ellsworth Callum, former senior compliance officer at the FLA, as was alleged. Jesus of mercy. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, should I go to recommendations? Recommendations is a lot. I am going to stop right there. Yes, I'm going to stop right there. We're going to go to part 2, ladies and gentlemen. This is part 1 of the FLA breakdown. My good people, this is part 1 of the FLA breakdown. Let me know what you think in the comment section. This is mighty interesting. Indeed, my people. Wow. Like, share, and subscribe.
Thank you. Thank you for staying with us. I appreciate the love and the support. Jamaica, I saw several reports that the United States Nimitz warship is in our port of Kingston. And it is such an eyesore downtown to see this hell and all of a thing. And the labor rights are rejoicing. The big old Trojan horse, them roll coming to Jamaica, you know. And she say, this can never be something good. Oh, no, realize you want, for those of us who would have read this story in the Alibaba book, grade 5, I never forgot that book, the Alibaba and the 40 Thieves book in a grade 5 when me read. One story in it named The Wooden Horse of Troy. Oh, no, remember how they devour and running in the people in country. Nobody has said them are running in a Jamaica, you know, don't get me twisted, because I know the labor rights them done. Yes? But we all know the relationship with the United States and Cuba at this time. persons are saying it has nothing to do with Cuba because Cuba already has a base for the Americans in their own country at Guantanamo Bay. But I personally find Jamaica that what do you intimidate Cuba? Nobody is saying that the United States is invading Cuba, you know. But their actions suggest intimidation. And what the United States is doing, thanks to Kamala Prasad-Bissessar and Andrew Holness, has now joined the fold. What the United States is doing is trying to destabilize the Caribbean and the region on a whole by attaching itself to these independent countries, yeah, so that it can send shockwaves right across the region and further impact Cuba to make it seem as though Cuba has no friends. That is what I'm getting, you know, because then go down at Trinidad the other day and say, oh, it's just a Trinidad-America relationship. And now we are seeing them in Jamaica, two of the largest English-speaking islands in the region, Trinidad and what make they never go up a Mia Motley, go back. Eh? What make this ship never go anchor out of Barbados in a Mia Motley? Remember they asked Grenada Deacon Mitchell, Prime Minister, that they want to come anchor in a Grenada. Remember they set out to anchor in Barbados. They weren't successful. And what America do? Start to implicate Barbados' passport. Yes. They wanted to go in at the OECS, go tore it up. Eh? And because the OECS shut them down, what them do? They start to say Antigua passport have problem, Dominica passport, Barbados, they find a problem now, you know, all because they never get what they want. So they find the Kunumunu now down at Trinidad, Kamala Prasad. Whatever she done, they go sell out for her people, them, she get it. And so Jamaica, the excuse is that we need the protection from the United States because Venezuela is poised to invade and take the oil and whatever the case. Anyway, that is their excuse. What is the excuse of Jamaica to harbor this big everlasting warship in our waters? What is the significance of it coming here? Huh? And what was strange in Jamaica? Based on what we heard about the coming of this ship, will anchor at Kingston Port 1st of June, 5th of June. So for the whole week it got there in our waters. But when I look on social media, I saw persons like Daryl Vaz and Dana Morris Dixon already on the ship before it was in Jamaican waters. I wonder if the people them are focused on what I'm saying. Why is it that the Jamaican government could not wait to welcome this ship in its harbor? Why they have to take up themselves and go meet this ship days before it was called to our port? Huh? Something is not right here, Jamaica. Something not right. Yes, sir. I saw a photograph of Dana Morris Dixon and a video. And when I watched that video and Dana Morris Dixon chat, and I observed the body language of Daryl Vaz, I said to myself, the coming of this ship is nothing good. Dana and Daryl were already on board that ship days before it is scheduled to anchor here in our port. Because me read it say to come here the 1st of June. But the video that I saw, Dana Dixon, yeah, I get Grand Tour, was about Friday or Saturday. So what could have propelled the Jamaican government, yeah? What was so urgent for them to go and meet this ship ahead of time? Eh? And why is it that the Minister of National Security, Horace Chang, didn't get the opportunity to be on that ship? Something is wrong. How Daryl get the authority to be first and fourth runner with Dana Dixon? We don't see the Foreign Affairs Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith. These are foreign issues, you know. Foreign minister supposed to be there to engage. So too national security. This is a warship. How Chang and Kamina wasn't in attendance, but we see Daryl Vaz and Dana Dixon. Something is not right. Something is not right, Jamaica. And so, Jamaica, individuals within the Caribbean are beginning to speak out. Individuals are beginning to speak out, Jamaica. Right? Because when I look at how things are playing out under this government, CARICOM is not with Jamaica. CARICOM is not with Jamaica on some of these decisions that they make. Huh? I saw where one Caribbean CARICOM former Secretary General states that they see this warship in Jamaica's port as a tactic by the Donald Trump administration to intimidate Cuba. The Jamaica Labour Party on Monday welcomed its arrival in Kingston's port, calling it a symbol of the long-standing relationship between Jamaica and the United States. But this is nothing but a show of force, Jamaica. The CARICOM official rejects the goodwill tour explanation for the United States warship. CARICOM sees it as a warning shot for Cuba. You hear them as something, huh? Huh? Kimaya say, look how Cuba are going to send their missile over here like what Iran do to the EU. That's wishful thinking, Kemoy. But what I'm saying, Jamaica, CARICOM is saying that they have seen a list of activities that the Jamaica Labour Party plan to put on to entertain this big eyesore in our waters. And what CARICOM describe the visit of this ship, they are seeing these activities as pedestrian activities. They are saying which high-level soldier that is on a warship would come to Jamaica to paint school. Eh? I would call it a pedestrian activity, painting schools. Which high-level soldier does that? General Shipagwan Stardal. The coming of this ship to our port and nothing so. So when the government of Jamaica go come tell the people about, oh, it's because of the long-standing relationship between Jamaica and the United States. Not go so. It is all a cover-up. And the people then blinded by what is happening in our country. Eh? totally blinded by what is happening in the country. But the question you need to ask yourself, where is Dr. Horace Chang? A warship, you know, and like it is a medical ship. If you come here, say if I were a medical ship tough than out there long time, this is a warship that have to do with national security, and the national security minister Horace Chang is not there. Where is the nasty mouth woman from West Rural St. Andrew, Juliet Cuthbert Flynn? Now she had the state minister in the national security. Oh, she never opened the ship. What makes you not come use her athletic body and the Olympic experience and jump on board this ship here? Where the nasty mouth woman will say she is the state minister in the national security, Juliet Cuthbert Flynn. Where she there? They should have jumped up on this ship a long time. Remember, she's very athletic, you know. In blue, Fendi fine one. Where the woman from West Rural St. Andrew? She should have depended the ship long time, because if Chang as the national security minister not available, why is it that she as the state minister not available? In Janelle a laugh. Where them they tell them to come out, come antagonize Nikisha Burchell, then take pride in doing that. But things of national concern. But I am not surprised, you know, because I see him. So when we did go at the United Nations for our voice to be heard, we had shut off we mouth every day. And when the time come for us to take a stance and vote, Kamina Johnson was a no-show at the United Nations meeting. You know, remember? So all the chat we are chatting and shut off we mouth. When the time come for we open up we mouth and chat like a Cuthbert Flynn, look all of the bad word them and the dirty things them she chat out of her mouth. And now she if it chat and make her presence felt in the ministry, she's a no-show. Where them there? Simone James, where them there? Juliet Cuthbert Flynn, tell her if you come out, come talk about Nikisha Burchell. Then take precedence in that. But when it comes on to matters of national importance, their level of education take the back seat. We're talking about the Jamaica Labour Party. When it is time for them to come out, and show what they achieve at university, for them and those who win, the education level take the back seat. But when it is time to curse and lift them frack over them head, the education come to the forefront. Come here, Juliet Cuthbert Flynn. You know, I'm going to leave Juliet Cuthbert Flynn, you know, because the people them had a field time with her. I want to ask Horace Chang, how is it that he's not a part of the photo op? Were you invited to be on board the USS Nimitz? Are you the national security minister, you know, Chang? I mean, I think this is a big old dirty warship you're coming a few waters. And you as national security, you know, take the approach. Oh, I beg your pardon. I forget, say they have 1 week. So if you go today, we go tomorrow. And if you go tomorrow, we go the next day. Okay. I should have thumped myself in my back. In Island Reds. Yes, man. Uncle George, remember we have it wrong, my friend. Uncle George, we have it wrong. A 5-day then ship there for. So if you go yesterday or today, and we go tomorrow and the nether day and then I beg your pardon. Yes. A 5-day at the ship down there for. So Horace Chang. Horace Chang have so more time to make his voice be heard. My Jamaican people, I want to hear from you, Jamaica. Want to think about this matter? Yeah. Say, why you saying it can't give me when the law states clearly that you is responsible for it? you've broken the law. You have breached the law and the legal processing of matters concerning tabling of reports. Juliet Holness will stand before the court of law. Juliet Holness must stand before the court of law. The Integrity Commission Act says once the report is complete and it is sent to Parliament, it must be tabled.
Hey,
but you
y'all,
never
please
table it,
remember to
Juliet.
hit
You
the
take
like
it, send it,
button.
go give
I know
the
y'all come in
courthouse.
sometimes.
No,
y'all
the
forget,
courthouse
but the
send it
main
back
thing,
and
man,
give
y'all
you.
gotta hit the
And say,
like
why you
button,
do, Juliet? I
man.
put you one
And
in a
share the
trouble.
live
The
stream.
law
Come on
states that
now.
you must
Stop
table it. So why you
playing.
give me if you table
Support,
it? You have
support,
broken the law,
support.
Juliet.
The like
And
button
you need
is
to come
free, you
stand
heard?
before the court of law. And that me get from it, you know. That is what I got from it, Jamaica. And so, yes. What the Jamaica Labour Party sought to do is to use the court, Jamaica, to fall on its own self. And if the court did ever fall for it, then they would have gotten the opportunity, yeah, to put an injunction on that report from ever being tabled. So I heard and saw that the Kwashi lawyer representing the FLA and the Jamaica Labour Party agrees that the tabling of the Integrity Commission's report on the FLA report should await the judicial review. Of course, that is your opinion. Doesn't mean that your opinion is the facts. In lawyer boy, why name Peku? The lawyer man that is representing the Jamaica Labour Party and the FLA. Of course, you are right. Huh? That is your opinion. You're right and free to give your opinion, you know. It doesn't mean that your opinion is the fact. Huh? But when I saw what is before me in the ruling of the court, Jamaica, the ruling of the court, the judgment that the court handed down was very interesting because the courthouse found, that the FLA and the Jamaica Labour Party was already aware of the nature of the investigation, the decision makers involved, and the grounds upon which it intended to challenge the process. So I don't know what more the FLA did want. If the FLA are come to the courthouse seeking disclosure of what is in the FLA report, whatever that carry the matter to court for when they already know why in the report. And when me I say it at the judgment where the judge hand down, the judge is declaring, that the court found out that the Jamaica Labour Party and those who head the FLA was already aware of what is in the report. So all no come before the judge and seek a disclosure, wanting the judge to make what is in the report available to UNO and already know what is in there. The reason why they got court is because they were tipped what is in there, you know. Jamaica, nobody could have tipped them other than Juliet Holness or Tam Tavares or Colleen Lowe. One out of these three individuals. I have never heard these things happen when the former clerk of the house was there. Remember, Juliet Holness fight out the little old lady who was there for decades as the Jamaican clerk, you know. And Juliet fight out the woman because what the woman was acting accordingly. And you never hear that woman, Miss Valerie Curtis, name a call up in a dem a messia yet as the former clerk of the house. All of these things start to happen since Juliet Holness fight out Miss Valerie Curtis. You don't remember? Miss Valerie Curtis was the clerk of the house in Parliament. And Juliet Holness find every excuse to get out Miss Valerie Curtis and put in Colleen Lowe. And ever since Juliet Holness can control Colleen Lowe. Reports are being leaked left, right, and center. And it never used to happen under Miss Valerie Curtis' watch. And that is the reason why Juliet Holness get rid of Miss Valerie Curtis, because Miss Valerie Curtis was an impeccable woman. And when report come before Miss Valerie Curtis, them are table in the house, whether you like it, yes or no. Miss Valerie Curtis was not a compromised woman. Miss Valerie Curtis was not a compromised woman. Every time report sent to Parliament, Valerie Curtis tabled the report. But look and see, since Juliet Holness fired and got rid of that woman and thanked her for her service and put in Colleen Lowe. Look and see, Alpan playing Juliet Holness a tour with Colleen Lowe. That is what they would have created, Jamaica. That is what they create. And so today we are seeing reports being sent to the Parliament, being suppressed by these persons because Juliet got a clerk. Yeah, a clerk should be independent and do her job, because when the PNP take power, that same dirty clerk will have to continue her job. The clerk of the house is a permanent position unless you choose to resign or for whatever reason you cannot fulfill your duties. And so this Colleen Lowe woman is being wrapped up with Juliet Holness. Totally unprofessional. Totally unprofessional. As the Nationwide I come and run with story, but the attorney agreed that the tabling of the report should await judicial review. One more wait if you wait. Floyd Green never turn up in the Parliament and say the matter day before the court, and until the 29th of May, we will get an answer. We get the answer from the court. The court, you say if you wait on the court because you cannot table the report because the matter is before the court. We must wait until the 29th of May. That is when you will hear the verdict of the court. God is so good that the court ruled. The ruling we've been waiting for has arrived. And so the same court where the government said if you wait on must be tabled. So why is it that Nationwide is running with an opinion from a lawyer? Yes, it's not to table until judicial review, but not because you have an opinion, boy, means say your opinion is the fact. The fact is, and the fact remains, that the court say Juliet must table the report. That is the fact. Only I realize that every single stumbling block that come into the way of the PNP is like God Almighty just a roll the sea away from before them. The song lady say when Israel out of bondage, a sea before them laid, the Lord reached and roll this sea away. Only no see the stumbling block which are them put in front of the tabling of the we and speak to the court so that the report can be sent back to Parliament for tabling. God of the People's National Party, and we have every trust and faith in our leader, because God put him there for a time like this. And we are going to continue to support our leader, Mark Jefferson Golding. Well, Jamaica, this afternoon will be a very interesting one. And so I encourage individuals to tune in to Jamaica PNP YouTube channel. That is where it will be going down this afternoon. So as I bring the program to a close, Jamaica, let us give support to Dr. Dayton Campbell, who will be presenting this afternoon his sectoral debate, and so to the member for Southeast St. Mary, Christopher Brown. And while the sectoral debate resumes, let us look out and wait patiently for the tabling of the FLA report. Parliament starts at 2 p.m. You can watch it on Jamaica PNP YouTube platform or JIS or PBCJ. But you know the dirty labor right, them go over JIS and over PBCJ. So you know, I go see them in the comment section and antagonize, you know. That's the reason why I say go over Jamaica PNP YouTube channel, because the comrades will congregate there and you will feel well at home. So Jamaica, this is where we're leaving it for today. See you guys tomorrow. Same time, same place, where we'll do it all.
Hey, listen. Y'all gotta listen to this.
They don't. Jamaica's one of those places I'm not going back to. And I've been to events with actual government members in Jamaica, and it filled me with rage, right? Because the event was beautiful. It was great. I had so much fun. And then I'm like, wait, most of the people here can't enjoy anything, and this is how you guys are living. Like, no, like what? Jamaica's a really sad situation, and I've been like 2 or 3 times. There will not be a fourth until they get it together. The way the Jamaican government treats people is like, it's almost like they don't care about infrastructure. They don't care about like crime. They don't care about Jamaican people, and Jamaican people are really suffering. And then they have these amazing resorts in Montego Bay that are beautiful. And then you go walk around Kingston, you see Spanish Town, you see all these areas, and you're like, God damn, you niggas live like this? Like, Jamaica's one of those places, bro, that you really got to check your ethics when you go. Like, it's really shocking. I would say in the Caribbean, it's up there in terms of like how just bad it is relative to the tourism industry in the country. Jamaica's one of
Embarrassing.
He needs some milk.
All of them. It don't matter if you Diddy or whoever you is. TG Jakes, any of them. All lies will be exposed. That's all. And anyone who takes that the wrong way, know why they take it the wrong way. The truth is the light.
filled me with rage, right? Jamaica's one of those places I'm not going back to. And I've been to events with actual government members in Jamaica, and it filled me with rage, right? Because Jamaica's one of those places I'm not going back to. And I've been to events with actual government members in Jamaica, and it filled me with rage, right? Because the event was beautiful. It was great. I had so much fun. And then I'm like, wait, most of the people here can't enjoy anything. And this is how you guys are living? Like, no, like what? Jamaica.
But Andrew Holness, I can tell the world, thank God for independent leader, thank God for the phone, thank God for persons having the right to, express themselves and tell their truth. Somebody that has rubbed shoulders with, politicians in Jamaica at certain events, observe the landscape, and has come to their own conclusion, not what somebody told them. But the conclusion aligns with what we are saying on the app. So this is why I'm highlighting this. Shout out to Perry in Christ. Shout out to Perry Cummings Jr. for sharing this video. And then I looked up the video and went to see, wait a minute. The context of this conversation is even deeper than I thought. Very interesting, ladies and gentlemen. Very interesting. Let's start.
Is a really sad situation, and I've been like 2 or 3 times. There will not be a fourth until they get it together. The way the Jamaican government
Andrew, you hear that? because of how you and your nasty government are treating people in Jamaica. This gentleman has said, listen, I ain't coming back until you start treating the people better than this. I'm not supporting no government using my money to come and support your government through tourism if you don't start treating the people better. You know what? I would love for all the Americans, all the people that come here and visit us, to take the same stance as this person. Until these big hotels start paying the people them better, start treating Jamaican people them better, do not come here. And I don't listen to nobody want to say. I don't care what, Jamaica, from Jamaica, shut up. Jamaica cannot be put up if the people them is not taken care of. When you take care of the people, Jamaica elevates. When everybody starts to feel the good prosperity and can touch it, Jamaica will elevate. Pay the people better, treat them better, the police treat them with respect, better hospital care, better roads, all of it, better. And we want it now, we need to get it now. We don't want no more promises and no more PR. Enough is enough. I want to thank Lord Kamar, for this video. Let's continue.
Treats people is like the way the Jamaican government treats people is like it's almost like they don't care about infrastructure. They don't care about like crime. They don't care about Jamaican people, and Jamaican people are really suffering. And then they have
Andrew, it's almost as if you don't care about infrastructure. You don't care about crime. What is infrastructure? The roads. Can you imagine when the young man was driving on the roads in Jamaica? Can you imagine when you looked at the sidewalk and you saw all the garbage just plastered all over the country? I'm giving you an idea as to why we would have come up to these conclusions. It's a nasty affair in too many years of Jamaica. And if this is why they don't want the tourists to leave the resorts, because they don't want to see the realities of what is happening on the ground. Yes, that's why. But thankfully, he saw it and he is speaking on it. And hopefully, this will bring some change. Hopefully.
These amazing resorts in Montego Bay that are beautiful. And then you go walk around Kingston, you see Spanish Town, you see all these areas, and you're like, God damn, you niggas live like this? Like,
Embarrassing.
He needs some milk.
And let me be clear, it's embarrassing for the government. They need some milk. It's embarrassing for them. The Jamaican people, yes, we need to first come to the realization that the issues that are being raised there are very, very serious issues. Our quality of life needs to change, and we need to remind it of those that we elected leadership. Don't suffer in silence. Don't be a loyal supporter that gets no benefits. All right? That is it.
Jamaica's one of those places, bro, that you really got to check your ethics when you go. Like, it's really shocking. I would say in the Caribbean, it's up there in terms of like how just bad it is relative to the tourism industry in the country.
Emotional damage.
How bad it is relative to the tourism in the country. Salute to Lord Jamaica. Amen. Salute to the brother, man. So, real talk. That's real talk. See, right there. I think it's Lord Kamar. So I said Lord Jamar. Lord Kamar, he got a YouTube page too. Hold up. Yeah, he gotta have a YouTube page. Reform, Revolutions, and what? Oh, he ain't got a lot of subs. And his TikTok be doing well. Reform, Revolts, Revolution. Okay, this dude be out. Yeah, all right. Shout out to you, sir. Reforms, Revolution, and Revolts. Shout out to you. This dude is about change. Yeah. Now I see why he got this diverse topics. Oh, for the persons that are watching me, well, you see how it has this YouTube link right here? I got it on my TikTok as well. I'm following it. I'm gonna save this. Definitely gonna save this. Shout out to Lord Command. You know what y'all think of the comment section. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are here with a reaction to this particular interview on JIS. Let's listen to the CEO of NARA that has no chance of going to prison if anything wrong is done in NARA because he is indemnified. So I want you guys to pay attention to his tone. I want you to pay attention to his body language and all of these things. All right? Let's continue. Let's get into it. And like and share the video, ladies and gentlemen.
The 2026 hurricane season officially started on June 1, and so did the new CEO of NARA, that's the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority, which will be managing Jamaica's post-Hurricane Melissa recovery. He's Major General Anthony Anderson here with us for this special JIS interview. General Anderson, the start of your appointment coinciding with the start of the hurricane season feels very symbolic. Do you see it that way?
I think it is, and I believe that there's probably a good reason why it's on the 1st of June. Obviously, we've been looking at that period, June to November, as the hurricane season. Traditionally, hurricanes came in the middle of that, August, September. So we have a real full season now. And that's it's concerning because it's now much more expanded than it was, even though we've always said that's the hurricane season. Yeah. But as I say, my appointment this day, although I'm not going to be doing ODPM's work, I'll be doing pretty much the large reconstruction and resilience projects for the government. And of course, in that process, building a lot of knowledge transfer and capacity building in it.
Hurricane Melissa had a devastating impact on Jamaica, even if people weren't directly affected. Seeing how so many people were impacted, does that affect how you do your job?
Not really. I mean, I just focus and get things done. That's perhaps it's my background that causes that. It's crisis, operating in a crisis is really, it has been my bread and butter for a very long time. And so once it happens, you can't get too emotionally involved with it because you need to be very functionally involved with it to ensure the best outcomes.
Yeah, you spoke about your background just now. You've been head of the JDF, head of the police force. You've been national security advisor, most recently Jamaica's ambassador to the US. Anyone would agree you have served your country with distinction. You could easily go off to go and play pickleball or golf, something like that. Hang up your socks. Why take on this huge job now?
Well, when you do service, there's never enough that you can do for your country. If there was no Melissa, then there'd be no NARA, and then I wouldn't be doing this. I'd still be the ambassador. I'd still be doing that and seeking an advantage for Jamaica over there. But since you had Melissa, with the level of damage and the devastation that it caused, and you have NARA, you now have opportunity. And that's an opportunity all of us, none of us can afford to waste. And I believe that my own background and experience will assist in getting that done.
Expound on opportunity. What do you mean by that?
Well, it's given an opportunity to rebuild. It's given an opportunity to get money, to invest in infrastructure that was probably necessary, but we didn't have the money to do, and things that are now damaged, which are broken, that previously were okay, so people would get by with it. Now we have an opportunity to rebuild. We have an opportunity to get a construction industry that can build faster and bigger things. We have an opportunity to get young engineers looking at how you build at scale. and we have an opportunity to create leadership through our ministry's structures to ensure that we have leaders who can lead in a crisis. So there are lots of opportunities there.
And for you, what will success in this job look like?
Well, at the core of it is that we actually deliver at scale, with speed, transparently, efficiently, the projects that are given by...
Transparently. Transparently? No, you gotta be kidding, bro. Use my next word. Transparently is not it, sir. There's no transparency in NARA. Let's continue.
At the core of it is that we actually deliver at scale, with speed, transparently, efficiently, the projects that are given by the cabinet. Beyond that is the level of integration and communication we get going with our public-private partnerships and also with what the private sector is doing. All of that needs to, at least there needs to be awareness with all of it so that we can create some synergies from all of the efforts that are going to be taking place simultaneously, what we do, but what everybody else is doing as well, is putting all that together.
And speaking about the synergies and the efforts, if we were to put some timelines on that, what realistically are you hoping to achieve in your first 90 days?
Well, usually it's 100 days. Yeah, usually we talk about now 100 days. I mean, the first part of it is really setting up the organization. So NARA is an act that has a CEO, and that's it at the moment. So very rapidly, we're going to have to build out the organization and also get the systems in place that can properly manage in an automated and effective way, manage the program of projects and the projects themselves with the necessary tools to be able to report on things so that the discussions around transparency, discussions around what's going on, ideally those will disappear because it will be automated and it's a part of your systems.
And so what do you hope to achieve by the end of this year?
Right, so by the end of this year, we should have, well, NARA will be up and running. We will have a sense or a register of our projects that are NARA projects, but the other projects that are taking place.
So Jamaica, according to him, the NARA is going to be our system where everything will be transparent. More to the listening and more to the write them something down. You know. So you see when the ultimate moment come, I'm going to say certain things, I'm going to go back, I'm going to say, want to remember. Listen again.
Right, so by the end of this year, we should have, well, NARA will be up and running. We will have a sense or a register of our projects that are NARA projects, but the other projects that are taking place that may impact or the ones that we may be able to get synergy from by coordinating the efforts, whether it's a public-private partnership type project, an existing project in a ministry that's not under NARA, or a private sector project. And the more we know about the collective picture of what's being done is the better we can get some synergies. We should also, by the end of the year, have had engagements with all the NDAs that have a piece to play in that puzzle, but also affected parish councils and so on. We need to know each other because, I mean, the truth is that I'm here as CEO of NARA, but ultimately the outcome is a better Jamaica for everyone. So everyone who has a hand in it should want to accelerate it, get things going faster, more efficiently, because that's what our people expect of us.
Yeah. You mentioned transparency earlier, and there has been a lot of discussion around NARA itself and their appointment, and we do want to touch on some of those issues on the other side of this break. We're speaking with Major General Anthony Anderson, the CEO of the newly established NARA. More on the other side of this break. Know you mainly from your of NARA. Welcome back to this special GIS interview. We're speaking with the CEO of NARA, Major General Anthony Anderson. General Anderson, Jamaicans know you mainly from your jobs heading the JDF and the police force, so we know you have a strong background in national security. What qualifies you, many Jamaicans are asking, for this job?
Right. So one is that the job of CEO is a CEO job. That's the first thing. That if you're going to run something large and complex.
No, I know why Mr. Wayne on some kind of Google Govt. Did he just say the first of all, a CEO job is a CEO? Man, you gotta be kidding, bro. Hold up, wait a minute. What?
Qualifies you when Jamaicans are asking for this job.
Right. So one is that the job of CEO is a CEO job. That's the first thing. That if you're going to run something large and complex, it suits you to have done that before. Beyond that, of course, I mean, I was during the 2000s. For a portion of that, I ran the engineer regiment of the JDF and responded to 2 hurricanes, Gustav and Ivan, as the head of the engineering part of the force. I also worked with, as in that job. As a matter of fact, between small and large projects, I had like 250 of them running at the same time, construction projects of different scales. I worked with NHT on the inner city housing projects, built bases, and did many things like that. So I have a relatively strong background in construction, from working on a site as a teenager
Speak to us about that.
Well, back in the day, when I was at UTech, I did electrical engineering, but I also needed to make some money, so I worked construction supervision, initially construction supervision in like the summers and so on. I do that to make money so that you can fund yourself through school.
Yeah. You mentioned managing over 250 construction projects.
Well, of different size. You have little ones, like small ones to large projects.
How would you describe your leadership style, managing all of that, then coming straight up through the...
Well, you have systems. You have to put systems in place once you're doing large things or anything that's complex, or many things at the same time. You have to have systems. You have to select and get good people, and then empower them and guide them. So you empower them, you build them, and you're almost building your own redundancy. So you make sure that you have people around you who know what you know and can do what you do. So that's always part of it. If you're in a crisis, I become very directive about what needs to happen. I just get it done. Outside of that, I'm collaborative.
Speaking about getting very directive, leading the JDF or the police force may be very different from leading a public-facing entity, a public sector agency like the NARA. Will you have to change how you lead to accommodate that?
No, I've never had to use a lot of force to lead. People, I generally share what I'm thinking. Share my vision for whatever I'm doing, but share also why it's important, why it matters, and why your work matters.
Yeah. Nobody no need to share nothing. Nara have stepping powers. So nobody come with this, oh, we don't have to use force. That's exactly what Nara was built for. Force. Cut the crap, cut the malarkey.
Share my vision for whatever I'm doing, but share also why it's important, why it matters, and why your work matters. And when you're leading organizations or anything, really, you sink or swim together. I mean, you rising tide raises all boats. And it's important that I found it beneficial where the person who's considered at the lowest levels understand what's going on. I don't think there's anyone in a process who needs to be removed or doesn't need to know. So I default towards getting people to know, except for the things that need to be unknown, if you see what I'm saying.
I do.
Yes.
There have been questions about whether you applied for this job and went through the process like everyone else, or whether you were handpicked for this position. Can you respond to that?
Well, I applied based on the requirements that was published in the newspaper, I believe it was, and online. And then I was interviewed, probably maybe an hour and three-quarter interview, so it was quite an interesting thing. But of course, it wasn't that problematic for me because it's really talking about things I know. It wasn't that.
Yeah. The agency has been controversial even before it came into being, with various interest groups raising varying concerns. Does that concern you?
So it's new. New things tend to have that. We're aware that, and we have a society where you have a lot of interested parties around any new thing. There is also sometimes challenges with trust, we're not sure. And sometimes we default, unfortunately, to the negative rather than the positive. And that's why even things like, was there a special arrangement for me? Well, why would there be? You understand? That's that.
What do you mean, why would there be? Because you are the Prime Minister friend, aka allegedly cousin. What do you mean, why would there be? So people actually asking the question if there was a special group on the field. I'm going to screenshot it. Why would there be? You cannot make this up, Jamaica. You cannot make this up. This man is definitely an anti-honest friend. Then people are taking for that, What do you mean, why would there be? Who is your wife, sir? Are you married? Is your wife a friend of Andrew Holness? Well, if you're a wife, you must be a friend of Andrew Holness. Because you are a friend of Andrew Holness. Weren't you his personal security advisor at one point? You're the only man that failed in the office and went to another office where you get more money and more prestige. You moved from I can't show the numbers them. I just don't want to do it right now. You were a failure as a commissioner. And after as a commissioner, you went to where? What them name as an ambassador? Brother, I want your job security. I want your job security. Where did you go to school? It is alleged that you went to school in England. Is that true? I'm just asking questions. Because there's a lot of dots that need to be connected now. And I don't want to presume anything. So I'm asking the question. Who is your wife? Right? Who is your wife's father? Is your wife's father a businessman in Jamaica? And is that businessman a friend of Andrew Holness and an associate? Does that businessman have any interest in pulling contracts from this NARA organization? And if these things are true, the questions I'm asking, if all of the answers are yes, don't you see that as a conflict of interest? Wouldn't that tie into corruption, nepotism, cronyism? These are questions. Why would it be? That's crazy.
And that's why even things like, was there a special arrangement for you? But why would there be? You understand? And that's the question. Why would there be? And why would that be necessary? It wouldn't be necessary. So we get into that mode. The only way we get out of it, to tell you the truth, is when we deliver. How we engage people. How we let them know, what we're thinking. Too much is riding on this for it to not succeed. It's a no-fail mission.
And I do want to come to that momentarily, but did the noise make the job less appealing for you?
I think so. Also, sometimes challenges with trust, we're not sure. And sometimes we default, unfortunately, to the negative rather than the positive. And that's why even things like, was there a special arrangement for me? But why would there be? You understand? And that's the question. Why would there be? And why would that be necessary? It wouldn't be necessary. So we get into...
Sir, so you're telling me that all the persons, that these 80 plus people that came to do an interview, you were the most qualified? You were the most qualified with the most experience. All the other international people, you were the most qualified. Until I see a listing of persons and credentials, I don't believe that. I just don't believe it.
To that mode, the only way we get out of it, to tell you the truth, is when we deliver. How we engage people. How we let them know, what we're thinking. Too much is riding on this for it to not succeed. It's a no-fail mission.
And I do want to come to that momentarily, but did the noise make the job less appealing for you?
I've dealt with noise a lot over my time in public service. especially once you're in a job that is relatively high profile, you know there's going to be.
You know, the mainstream media is so condescending, and these people that think that they are what I would say is above the fold, and you know, they cannot be held accountable. For them, ladies and gentlemen, you see, when people criticize and ask critical questions, they call it noise. That in itself is a dismissive tone, and it tells you where they are at, you know, in the grand scheme of things. You know what I mean? Well, let's continue.
Noise. In order to do the job, you have to be able to clear the noise. You have to be laser focused on what you're trying to get done. Because it's always trying to distract you. It's always trying to take you down a rabbit hole to prove this or disprove that. That's not why you're there. You're there to deliver something specific. Whatever the job is, there's a very specific set of things that you're there to deliver. That's what you need to focus on. And if you can't take the noise, then you're probably not suited for that.
Yeah. Some of the concerns have been the amount of power that the CEO, you, will have. How do you plan to operate so that public interest groups and the public feel heard?
Well, I've always operated that way. I mean, most of the positions I've have had extensive power in law, very extensive power. So I've always tried to communicate as best as I can with the public, let people know what's going on. Depending on what we're doing, you can do that to a lesser or greater extent. But I believe that each organization that I've been in, the way they have communicated with the public has increased manyfold and has developed in those organizations. From behind the wall to, okay, this is what we do. And the truth of the matter is now just technology, the way we communicate, AI, all of these things that are part of our world now, it really doesn't allow for anything but a certain degree of openness.
Yeah. And speaking about that, there have been questions about the level of internal accountability NARA will have. Do you have any ideas how you plan to address those issues?
Well, we have to base NARA initially on what is considered international best practice around this type of thing. And there are a few models that are out there that we've been looking at, how we do that. There are trusted softwares, processes, planned programs, and so on. These things are known already and are acceptable to donors, funding institutions, financing institutions, and so on. So I don't see us going far from that. Obviously, we have to have credibility with what we're doing. So the key is to set up credible systems up front as we develop the organization.
You spoke about knowing the local government and connecting with all the other MDAs and agencies. Will NARA be duplicating the work of other agencies?
No, because there's lots of work to go around, especially if we're going to try and do things in a short period of time. Hopefully, by collaboration, we'll probably allow them to unstick some blocks they may have or whatever, or have the discussion. In the end, we want a better system, not just for NARA, because NARA is time-bound, but for the government, for the system, the civil service, public service.
Yeah, you may have just answered my final question, but at the end of the day, when your job is done, what do you want Jamaicans to be saying about NARA?
That it made a significant and lasting and legacy difference to how we do business in Jamaica and to our landscape, our development trajectory, and our growth.
Yeah. A lasting difference. That's the word from the incoming CEO of NARA, Major General Anthony Anderson, who just spoke to us here for this special JIS interview. Major General Anthony Anderson, thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it. Yeah. And thank you for tuning in.
Well, we have it on record, ladies and gentlemen. All right, that's all I will say. We have it on record. There's some key things in that particular interview that he said that, his assurances and stuff like that. One of the main things for me personally, I took from that is that there's going to be some type of real-time accountability system for the operations of NARA. That's not in the act. That's not in the bill. basically something like jump is what I am reading from it. It's going to be something like jump. That's what I'm reading from it. I might be mistaken, but this NARA bill is so vague, and this building out idea, I don't know why you can't construct something that actually, is acceptable. And then when you look at, ladies and gentlemen, when you look at civil society groups, there are several things that they wanted to get amended. And let me tell you, this NARA bill, there was no real urgency, in my opinion, by this government for the NARA bill in terms of helping the citizens that are most vulnerable. Because when you look at the other things that they have in place in terms of their response to all the stuff that's going on and people needing help, you have to say, but hold on, I don't really see this NARA bill and the rush to pass it in the way it is, even in the language of the NARA bill. It doesn't really have anything to do with helping citizens directly. It just has to do with big projects. That's all. It has to do with big projects. Ladies and gentlemen, this picture let me know why Mr. Waylon call this man Google Gaga. Yeah, man. That picture right there, so you make me know. This is the moment he said, why would I get special? Why would I get special treatment to get this job? I said, that is the dumbest question I ever heard. That, you know how much reasons you would get the job, sir? The connection that you have with the Prime Minister, duh, who was a part of the process. All of these accolades he's talking about. But like I said, I'm very interested in what this system is of accountability that he speaks of. That everything will be registered, it will be there for all to see. Really? You're telling me that there's not going to be anything that's going to be redacted? We're going to see everything. Real accountability. I'm going to hold you to that, sir. I'm going to hold you to that. Trust me. I hold him to that. But let me know what you think in the comment section, ladies and gentlemen. Watch out.
Emotional damage.
All of them. It don't matter if you Diddy or whoever you is. TG Jakes, any of them. All lies will be exposed. That's all. And anyone who takes that the wrong way, know why they take it the wrong way.
Truth is the light.
The truth is the light.
That's right. Yeah, man. So let me know what you think about that in the comment section, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, people. The man come out, come admit it. Say, yes, I, Mr. Robinson, interfere with the database system. Yeah? The man admitted saying go up on the system, go falsify the information. However, the man said he acted on instructions. He was instructed by Shane Dallin to put in this information on the system and update somebody's record. Little did he know, Jamaica, that he of the Jamaica Labour Party through Shane Dallin. Huh? Jamaica. Mr. Robinson, the accused, said that he went in the system, but for him to get access to the system, he must get the authorization and the password from Shane Dallin. Can you imagine? You are going to tell such vicious lies and cook up such vicious stories and cause the man two business to be closed down, put him out of a bread. When the poor man knows that none of them are something where they accuse him of. The poor man couldn't prove it because only him can have the access to his data. But little did he know that it is somebody, the gatekeepers of a national database, to be protecting the man. The same person who is there to protect the individual is the same person that destroyed the man. And the man knows him going at the system, go sell the 2,000 rounds them. So he would have never put it on his system saying sell 2,000 rounds. And what they did to Mr. Kent Brown, Jamaica, caused the man to take the matter to court. But because in court is evidence rule, the evidence showed that the system, Jamaica, was changed. But the court no say a fraudulent activity, then fraud. The man can't prove it. So that's why the poor man called the Integrity Commission to make them know say one fraud a galang down at the FLA. Come investigate because me know I know me do them as something to my own database. Somebody is meddling with the database. And that is what caused the investigation, Jamaica. And the Integrity Commission acted on such report and went down at FLA go dig it up. And that is why we are here. That is why we are here this afternoon. When the investigation busts Jamaica, it shows that Shane Darling instructed one of the staff down at the FLA to corrupt the nation's database and to add information to someone's record, which later caused them to lose their license and their businesses closed down. Now when the investigation wrap up, it shows Jamaica that somebody put false information under the man's name. It further proved Jamaica that for that information to be added to the database, somebody must grant the access to such information. The report shows Jamaica that Mr. Shane Darling instructed one of the staff at the FLA to go into the system through the use of his password and alter the man's record. One of the damning things that was put on the record about the man is that the man sell an individual 2,000 rounds in range. And any amount, any amount of, what you call it now? Any amount of ammunitions that you sold, you must write it down. But the man saying couldn't write down and sell these ammunition here. Because my rain.
I want to go on with the general. Yo, Jerry Bryan, how old them, you know?
Yes, sorry about that. What happened, Jamaica, is that the individual reported that these claims that was put on a database, I am not entitled to do so because on that day my business never opened yet. or it didn't open any at all that day. In addition, one of the individual which are them put in the database went up there to purchase the 2,000 rounds. That individual don't have the license to purchase ammunition. The man only have in his possession, what you call it? Before you get your driver's license, your learners. What that individual have is a learner permit. And a learner permit don't authorize you to purchase ammunition. So how them can put that on the system? It gets worse, Jamaica. Another third individual was placed on the man record. Yeah? Say that the man go up and range, go purchase 2,000 ammunition. But the record show that 25 days later, that individual who went up there had passed away 25 days ago. The Integrity Commission went to the Registrar General to prove if the man passed away. And the record shows that the man passed away 25 days before that claim was made. So how does Shane Darling go put information on the man database say me sell them 2,000 live rounds? Me, the dead go up, they go make such purchase. Something is wrong. Something is wrong, my people. And this report, Shane, big up yourself. This report shows us, Jamaica, that our nation is in a predicament. I have never seen these kind of accusations under the People's National Party. Me no know them are going to come back here and I don't know. But Jamaica people fed up of the Jamaica Labour Party and there is no coming back from all of this. Can you imagine? What a shame and disgrace in the Jamaica Labour Party. Well, Jamaica, it was my pleasure being here. And we will continue to speak on this FLA report as the week goes by. Don't forget that at 2 p.m., the Nation Parliament convene. We will be hearing from Peter Bunting and, of course, the member for North East St. Elizabeth, Miss Zulika Jess. So we will be supporting those two individuals at 2 p.m. when Parliament convenes. Jamaica, I want to thank you guys so much for the love and the support. I really appreciate each and every one of you. Let us continue to look out one for another. Let us continue to champion the message of the People's National Party. We are on a high, Jamaica, and I'm just encouraging you to stay focused. Don't be distracted by the distractors. The People's National Party is poised for leadership. Let us remain focused. So with that said, my people, the word is love. Stay safe and stay true, Jamaica. Blessings and see you guys tomorrow at 9:30. We will do it all over again. The word is love, Jamaica. Big up on yourself.
One J. Brian, you know. White J. Brian, I want to them. Ladies and gentlemen, I tell you, what a breakdown. We didn't have to catch that one there from J. Brian, yeah, man. Real, you know? Mommy, oh my goodness. Lord of mercy. Woo! Lord of mercy. Of course, you know, I am not going anywhere because this is where I will be covering the what do you call it? This is where I'll be covering the Parliament today for those sectorial debates. This live stream will be continuing until the end of that particular situation. So don't go anywhere. Keep liking, keep sharing. All right, so we're active now. I will go on the camera. Deactivate, activate. Oh, there we go. Yeah, man, active now. See that? Active now. Yes, my people. Charmaine Wagwan. Charmaine says Shane Dallin, who acting like he is a paragon of virtue when he went to the FLA, mixed up in a corruption. Now he is to go. Name soon start call Quincy. Then she Satan advocate there in the theme. On no easy, you know. Mighty God, on no easy at all. On no easy at all. Ladies and gentlemen, top of the morning, top of the night, top of the afternoon, wherever you are in the world. I want to highlight this recommendation by the Integrity Commission to the Ministry of National Security and Peace, MNS. The DI recommends that the MNS conduct a full independent audit of all FLA vaults with a view of determining the full extent of missing ammunition to ensure that all firearms on record are properly accounted for. The DI recommendation is based on the fact, FACT, that only 17% of the 4,103 entries on the electronic vault system were checked and significant anomalies were detected. Most noteworthy on which is ammunition being unaccounted for. The DI posits that considering the country's current climate in respect to the use of firearms to commit violent crimes, one missing round of ammunition is one too many. Consequently, the DI recommends that the reference audit be expedited. Ladies and gentlemen, when reading this recommendation, I am confused. I am befuddled. I am at a loss for words, ladies and gentlemen. And let me tell you why. Because of the statements that the article that came out right after this particular audit came out. Look at this. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Minister of Security Chang says efforts remain ongoing to strengthening the operation of the Firearms License Authority, including plans to improve firearm and ammunition storage facilities to tighten operational procedures. The comments comes following the tabling of the investigative report. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if that's the only one he came out with, but something he said in that article bothered me. And I'm going to go to it, you know. I'm going to go to it because I believe it's the same article. I believe it's the same article. This particular article right here, something he said in this article bothered me. And we're going to go back to the recommendation because of it. See? All right. Variation, revocation, among the findings, blah, blah, blah. Chang said that updates provided him indicated that there were no recommendations for criminal charges, no evidence supporting allegations that firearms had gone missing from the authority. He stated that representatives of the Ministry of Law Enforcement, Border Security, Forensics, Defense and Protective Division were dispatched to inspect the authority's facilities after findings emerged. Chang represents confirmed limitations to physical storage, blah, blah, blah. Being sensitive to this problem, blah, blah, blah. Accountability, blah, blah, blah. Chang says he has been advised that despite the space constraints, the authority maintains functional inventory systems and has been able to account for, blah, blah, blah. Account
for firearms and ammunition currently in custody. He stated that the ministry has already started work to overhaul storage facilities, introduce new disposal and destruction procedures for weapons, upgrades, hydro, blah blah blah. Ministry accounted ammunition, addressing governance. Chang said he has directed newly appointed board directors chaired by Justice to pursue process improvements while talking into account findings, recommendations. To be clear, adjustments made to the board and review panel are not connected in any way to the investigation connected to the commission or any loss of confidence in former members of the current staff. This part, the man said, the adjustments being made have nothing to do with the findings of the Integrity Commission and the confidence. There's no loss in any confidence in former members or current staff at the authority. Jesus. Jamaica, let me read that again. The Minister of National Security said he has not lost any confidence in former members or current staff at the authority of the FNU. You can't make this up. You cannot make this up. And he goes on to say, I have full confidence that the board will take the required steps to give effect to any recommendation from the Integrity Commission that will further strengthen the operations of the authority. Jamaica, if we go back, it says right here, the minister said that the reforms introduced, the minister also pointed to reforms introduced since 2017, including the reintroduction of firearm application, examination reviews, and suspicious approvals, audit of gun ranges, improvements in vetting system, and efforts to improve customer service. So all the work that they're doing there, it has nothing to do with the Integrity Commission filing. This man have full confidence in the board, and him have full confidence in the old and new staff that is at the FLA. You can't make this up. Jamaica, let me go back to the recommendations. Only 17% of 4,103 entries on the electronic vote system were checked. Only 17% of them. Not even 1/5 of the amount of ammunition and guns that they have there was checked, ladies and gentlemen. And a significant anomaly was detected. Most noteworthy, which is the ammunition being unaccounted for. One bullet can end one life. Mighty God of Daniel. Jamaica, Orange Chancellor have full confidence in the board, and him have full confidence in the previous staff, in the lose of confidence in them, and the current one. What the hell can go so?
What can go so?
Fully done.
Something not right, my wisdom warriors. Something is not right. Tell you about them.
Stop it. Get some help.
Jamaica, don't tell me one thing. I have nothing more to say. Absolutely nothing more to say about that. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the platform. It's about Bolo V&R speaks again. So we can just highlight something in our speech that here and then I'm going to show you the proof of what she's talking about. Let's get into it, ladies.
But Madam Speaker, don't take my word for it. The Chief Justice himself stated that this ministry is an unreliable partner. This statement statement was made after it was revealed that the judiciary had to use its own budget to carry out emergency court repairs in Western Jamaica to give judges a place to work. When the courts have to stop focusing on clearing backlogs and instead start acting like building contractors just to put a roof over a judge's head, that is not a success story. It is a total system failure.
Embarrassing. He needs some milk.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me show you what she's talking about. I'm gonna go right to the article. I found it. Wow. There it is. The article is in the Observer. No wonder I missed it. I don't usually read the Observer. Let me read it aloud for you.
From left, President of the Court of Appeal Marva McDonald Bishop and Chief Justice Brian Sykes. Justice system buckling under poor infrastructure, says Court of Appeal President. President of the Court of Appeal Marva McDonald Bishop has added her voice to those expressing concern about the state of Jamaica's courthouses and has declared that modern law practitioners require up-to-date and reformed facilities. Speaking at King's House during a swearing-in ceremony for 8 members appointed to serve in higher offices on Thursday, McDonald Bishop pointed to the Bible verse Matthew 9 verse 17, which states, "Neither do people pour new wine into old wineskins. If they do, the skins will burst, the wine will spill, and the wineskins will be ruined. No, they pour new wine into new wineskins, and both are preserved." Latest news. She argued that the Bible verse is a metaphor for Jamaica's outdated legal system and called for modernization to usher in a new generation of practitioners to interpret and apply the law. The image of the new wine being poured into old wineskins offers a useful reflection for the administration of justice in our time. The metaphor indicates that new realities or transformative ideas cannot be maintained within rigid or outdated structures without those structures being renewed. As I considered the metaphor, I thought of my newly appointed judges. In every respect, they carry the image and the features of that new wine. But have they been poured into new wineskins or old wineskins? Said McDonald Bishop. She charged that Jamaica's courts are lacking in several critical ways, which stifles the productivity of its professionals. Our courthouses reflect older architectural and operational designs that really are not suitable for inadequate facilities for victims and witnesses. And even though we think the powers that be for looking out for jurors are stipend, we do not even have the facilities to even house jurors to comfortably adjudicate or deliberate on cases. Limited technological infrastructure. Although we talk about virtual hearings and meeting the people where they are, Donald Bishop. He pointed to the Court of Appeal. She pointed to the Court of Appeal building in downtown Kingston and charged that while it appears pristine on the outside, it nevertheless carries many flaws, including several security risks and poor solid waste management. The Court of Appeal building may seem new on the outside, but it's crumbling on the inside. Not because of neglect, because, to be fair to the Minister of Justice, Delroy Chuck, and the Permanent Secretary, Grace and Stuart McFarlane, and the Court Administration Division, they have given us everything we need, but affecting us day by day. Homeless people pose a serious security risk for us. The taxi operators who park at the court steps pose a serious security risk for us, and so do the higglers who ply their wares along the courts, said McDonald Bishop. She argued that as the global space changes and becomes more technologically advanced, Jamaica's legal practitioners must also be given opportunity to evolve through the modernization of their work environment. When old wineskins become problematic, they cannot stretch, they burst under new pressure, or they prevent real transformation. I join with the Chief Justice, Brian Sykes, in calling upon the powers that be to pay greater attention to the needs of the justice system for better courthouses, added McDonald Bishop. In his address to the swearing-in ceremony, Chief Justice Brian Sykes also expressed concern about the state of the island's courthouses. Sykes pointed out that after Hurricane Melissa, which made landfall in Jamaica in October 2025, causing damage to several courthouses, the judiciary met with officials of the Ministry of Justice to get the main courts in Savannah-Lamar, Westmoreland, either renewed or replaced. He charged that 5 months after the Category 5 storm, there has been no correspondence from the government indicating its intention to restore the buildings. Would you believe that to date there has been no response in terms of getting the main courts in Savannah-Lamar either up and running or being replaced? Nothing has happened. And when we say that we need a larger budget, we are told that we are taking on things that are best left for the Ministry of Justice. But if a Category 5 hurricane cannot spur you into action after months, what good reason is there to believe that anything at all will spur you into action, said Sykes. He announced that through the judiciary's budget, it has been able to carry out repairs to several courts across Western Jamaica to ensure that members of the judiciary have appropriate spaces to work. According to Sykes, the judiciary has repaired and improved circuit and family courts in Westmoreland and Trelawney, respectively. And so, we repeat that the judiciary needs to have greater control over the resources, make the buildings, hand them over, and we will maintain them because, as the experience of Hurricane Melissa has shown, the ministries are an unreliable partner in this endeavor, charged Sykes.
Emotional damage.
Embarrassing. He needs some milk.
Ladies and gentlemen, I told you I found the article, man. Sudika just told no lies. She told no lies, ladies and gentlemen. The Justice Sykes, they used their own budget to repair the household. The man said after several months, there has been no correspondence from them. So if a hurricane, and that's a good reasoning, if hurricane, a Category 5 storm, does not get the government moving into action to repair these places, what will, after so many months, what will, they must do? Wait on the hurricane season that is coming now to damage some more, and then they do repairs the next. And you see, here comes Nara, and I go to, oh, Nara. Bro, you gotta come up with a faster response than that after a hurricane. And you're not telling me that you don't have no power to move and do things? How did you give JPS $150 million? We are going to go to it every single time to show you that you guys have emergency powers and you could have done something. It's what you guys prioritize. It is your strategy. Let's continue. Let's see if you said no more about it.
This statement was made after it was revealed that the judiciary had to use its own budget. But Madam Speaker, don't take my word for it. The Chief Justice himself stated that this ministry is an unreliable partner. This statement was made after it was revealed that the judiciary had to use its own budget to carry out emergency court repairs in Western Jamaica to give judges a place to work. When the courts have to stop focusing on clearing backlogs, start acting like building contractors just to put a roof over a judge's head, that is not a success story. It is a total system failure, and the people need justice. Madam Speaker, there is no context in the world that would make the words unreliable partner sound good when they come from the head of the judiciary. Those words aren't opposition talking points. That is a direct, unprecedented indictment from Chief Justice Brian Sykes. When the highest judge in the land publicly states that the judiciary cannot be trusted to provide basic functional infrastructure, that is a vote of no confidence. Hurricane Melissa was an act of nature, But this delay in restoring our courts is an act of sheer incompetence. We are not blaming the minister for the hurricane. We are blaming the minister for the total absence of a recovery plan. It does not take 7 months to connect a water tank so that court workers can wash their hands. It doesn't take 7 months to post 1 or 2 police officers outside a courthouse to secure court files. Madam Speaker, if the Chief Justice of Jamaica can find the resources to fix the court infrastructure, what is the minister doing with his? And if he has none, is it that logistics has prevented the good Prime Minister from directing some of the barely touched disaster recovery funds to restore access to justice in these hurricane-affected parishes?
Emotional damage.
I put it to you, Madam Speaker, justice under this government is a disaster in need of recovery. I urge the minister to commission and fund an emergency infrastructural and security audit of all rural courthouses across Jamaica. We demand immediate police security deployment to the Santa Cruz courthouse. We demand clear timelines and urgent allocations for the construction of the St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland parish courts so the people can access justice. Madam Speaker, I turn very quickly to an issue that I dub the legal aid injustice.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is what you call the ether. If you know anything about rap, this was an ether moment. I never knew about that article, you know. Yes, the article that I just showed, I never knew about it. Thank God for Nikisha Birchall to point this out in her speech. That one went past my decks. As a matter of fact, I think somebody blocked it from me seeing it because I didn't look at it. But everything she said, man, I agree with her. And I hope that the government responds. Does it take embarrassing them in front of the world for them to respond? Maybe. But before I go, ladies and gentlemen, I want to share this with you. This is Mr. Omar Newell. Not before in this reaction that I'm doing right now. Before I end this reaction. Mr. Omar Newell in Parliament on the same day, Desmond McKenzie. I have to put this in here. Desmond McKenzie had something to say about a market in Highgate. And this is the response of Omar Newell. I want you to listen carefully.
You follow parliamentary affairs in this country. If you follow parliamentary affairs in this country, you would have heard that the local government minister just announced that the Highgate market is going to be built this year. And if you're a watcher, you would also know that this was announced in 2022 and again in 2024. I'm just sharing that fact with you, but we're going to hold the minister accountable and we're going to fight for the Highgate market to be complete this year, as has just been announced.
So, ladies and gentlemen, Omar Newell in the middle of Desmond McKenzie's speech put out this video. I just saw it today and I've added it to this particular reaction. Those that are live listening, hey, you the VIPs, but in 2022, they announced the build out, the PM announced his plans to build 2-story market building in Highgate St. Mary in 2024, and 2 years before that, renovation of the Highgate market to be done on a phased basis. So what was the first phase? They must start building it on a 2026 now, 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025, 2026. 4 years. Let's see if they're gonna start it this year, ladies and gentlemen. Or they're gonna tell the people that, oh, you know, things came up, another hurricane came, and you know, we don't have the money, although we allocated it in this and that, and we allocated it in that. We just don't have the money. All these excuses. But we're gonna somewhere in your land. Massive shout out to Jamaica, just ladies and gentlemen. Alright, the PMP ain't playing. The P's in the PMP got nothing to do with playing. You heard? They are power punching. They are power knocking punches at the Jamaica Labour Party. Alright? Power knocking punches, ladies and gentlemen. Alright? Man, shout out to Jamaica, just shout out to Omar. You know what y'all think about that comment section. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I want to highlight Dwayne Vaz. Dwayne Vaz has gotten a lot of criticism and a lot of flack. And, you know, it's nothing wrong with getting a lot of criticism. It's how you respond. And if you guys pay attention to his social media, you realize recently in Parliament that Colonel Charles Jr. threw a stone at him. You understand? Saying, oh, instead of going on social media and highlighting these things, come to us, let's talk. Ladies and gentlemen, the devil is another liar. Because Andrew Holness' approach when he was in opposition is to go directly to the media and burn out the People's National Party. You understand? For any little minor thing. And of course, Dwayne Vaz has been highlighting some major issues. Let's read.
Last few days. And this is because of the Spark program has been all over the news in the last few days. And this is because of the deteriorating conditions across the roads in Jamaica. People have been asking what has been happening with the Spark program. From our perspective, the Spark program has not been delivering the results that we have expected. Roads were chosen in each constituency, but the amount of roads that have started since this announcement has been very minimal. In my own constituency, 10 roads were chosen through a consultation. Only 3 have started, but none is yet to be completed. Work orders have been issued for others, but yet the designs have not yet been done. The issue was complicated when the CEO highlighted to Jamaica that the roads were chosen before the estimates were actually calculated. What this means is that many constituencies will have submitted roads where the value of these estimates far outweigh the amount of money that has been allocated to the constituency. So for example, you would have heard Dr. Dayton Campbell complaining the other day because his total estimate is over $1 billion when the amount allocated to the constituency is only 300 million, which gives a shortfall of over 700 million. This is the same case in the amount of money that has been allocated to the constituency. So for example, you would have heard Dr. Dayton Campbell complaining the other day because his total estimate is over $1 billion when the amount allocated to the constituency is only 300 million, which gives a shortfall of over 700 million. This is the same case in many other constituencies across Jamaica. And it begs to highlight the deficiencies in the entire program because there is no way you can submit the roads that you're going to do before you set out an estimate, because the estimates have now outweighed what is actually allocated, which means that not all the roads that were selected in some constituencies will actually be able to be done in this phase of Spark. So the minister must take responsibility for what has happened, and they must correct it as they go forward. We have heard talks about phase 2 for Spark. We're still not clear on what is happening because what we understood from the beginning is that community roads will be done first and then main roads will be done after. The Spark allocation was set to be completed by a certain time. We're seeing in the budget where it should go up all the way until 2030. So there are lots of discrepancies in the program. There are a lot of differences in what the minister has said, differences in what the NWA has said. So what we are really calling for is some real clarity and some real solutions to the problems, because the people of Jamaica were very enthusiastic about the Spark program. They have now been disappointed because people are realizing that the Spark is really not sparking. Thank you for tuning in to Power Talk Mondays. See you again, same place, same time next week. One love. Today, when all persons in shelters across Jamaica. Today is Friday. Today is Friday, May 8th, the day when all persons in shelters across Jamaica should be moving to suitable location based on what the minister said. Well, we are here today, and the minister made some pronouncements yesterday that the deadline has been met and everyone has left the shelters. But what the minister is not telling you is that the promise that was made is for persons in the shelters at Petersfield to be relocated to suitable location at the site that we are standing right now. This is where the 50 houses are supposed to be put, where the government has said the houses are here in Jamaica. But as you can see, the only thing that has been done so far is about 6 bases have been built. No sewage put in, no water put in, so therefore the site is definitely not ready. This was a promise made by the minister to the residents that were staying at the Petersfield shelter. So they are disappointed again. So the pronouncements made are simply not true. Missed deadlines after missed deadlines is what we are seeing here at Petersfield as we speak right now. Even yesterday when the persons were being removed from the shelter, the place where they are being put was not ready. This was at the teacher's flat beside of the school. The place was not cleaned up. No electricity was there. No water was there. The persons had to move by themselves, had to lift up the mattress and carry on them head over to the place. They had to clean it up themselves. It's actually when they were finished cleaning, that is when the fire truck came to assist, when they already got a power wash to clean up the place. So it showed that this was just a last-minute decision. It was a hurried move to get the people out there because they wanted to say they met the deadline. But the real promise was really to move them to suitable accommodation, and that accommodation was referenced to right where we are standing at this property in the Shrewsbury area. So this again shows up the minister, and the minister must take full responsibility. It shows the level of incompetence from the minister. And I'm calling on the Prime Minister to step in right now and assist to ensure smooth transition for these people at the shelter so they can have dignity and pride in where they're staying. It was just this morning when we spoke to them where somebody had did some work and got them the light last night, got them some water, but there are still some issues where the electrician still needs to come back today to try to remedy the issues. The toilet bowls in some of the places is not working. So it is obvious again that the place was just not ready. It was a hurried move just to satisfy what they had said earlier. So we're calling out the Prime Minister. Please assist the residents at the shelter in Shrewsbury and get them to where was promised to them. Another issue highlighted by the residents when they went there to clean up, rat infestation. And all over the property, rats left, right, and center. And if we're being serious, right now we are talking about the hantavirus. And people across the world are scared. Jamaicans are saying they're scared. The ministry is saying we should be prepared, and they are prepared. But imagine having this virus threatening Jamaica right now and threatening the world. And we're sending persons to a place that was not properly cleaned up before the persons went over there. Is this how you care for the persons of Petersfield? Today is...
Welcome to this edition of Power Talk Mondays. Today we'll be continuing the conversation about the Petersfield shelter and the relocation of the persons who were staying there. We did an interview last week. We also did a release stating clearly that the government was obviously not prepared for moving these people on May 8th. The minister came out and stated that the May 8 deadline was met, we rebutted that by stating clearly that the deadline was not only about moving them from the shelter, but about moving them to suitable accommodation. That suitable accommodation was the site where the houses were supposed to be built, 50 of them, 20 in the first phase. But when we went to the site, nothing basically was done. Only 6 bases were built. There is no sewage, no light, no water. Nothing has been put in place. So obviously the site will not be ready anytime soon. When we talked about how they move the people from the shelter, sending them next door to the teachers' flats, and when they went there, the condition the place was in, rat infested, filthy. The people had to clean it themselves. And we spoke about this, and it seemed that the minister is upset. So he came now with a release. And his release, I was really surprised and disappointed when I saw the release, because he made some absurd statements by asking me some questions that obviously the minister doesn't realize he's the one who should be telling me about these things. He asked me about the Westmoreland Municipal Corporation and why they have not paid.
That is funny, honey. That's funny. Oh my God, that is funny.
Ladies and gentlemen, these people are so diabolical. They have the job. They boast about being the one in power. They have the job. But when it's time to do their job and they fail at their job, they want to blame the People's National Party. And they should what? Come up with answers when you are the one that have all the resources and all the answers. These people are seriously diabolical, man. Let's continue.
The contractor and stuff like that. Minister, the Westmoreland Municipal Corporation falls under the Ministry of Local Government and Community. Obviously, the minister doesn't realize he's the one who should be telling me about these things. He asked me about the Westmoreland Municipal Corporation and why they have not paid the contractor and stuff like that. Minister, the Westmoreland Municipal Corporation falls under the Ministry of Local Government and Community Development that you are the minister for. So why are you asking me these things? You went again to talk about the roof program and to state that I have 2 avid supporters who got $500,000 each. I didn't know you were going around and canvassing the shelter to see who is PNP or JLP.
Right there, sir. So, he exposed himself, you know. Dwayne Vaz did a great job exposing the Spark program. Also exposing the fact that Desmond McKenzie exposed himself. Why are you guys canvassing who is PNP and JLP to say 2 of your supporters got relief? You should be telling us how much people get relief in total, not that they're PNP, to show you all this nastiness, you know. It's playing politics here, you know, them germs here, you know, what we have as elected officials, you know. I don't know about them being elected officials. These thieving officials, we don't know that the election there was stolen. Right? But they are recognized as elected officials. It's coming to tell us that, tell the man that, 2 of your avid supporters got help. Did they need help? Were they damaged by Hurricane Lisa? So what if they're supporters of the People's National Party? Why was it important for you to highlight that? In some type of defense of being criticized for not doing your job. These people are the weapon that is formed against democracy. I'm telling you. This is the same man that said, we will not surrender Jamaica to the People's National Party. Don't forget already? This is the man that came. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to find the clip. And I did not hear it when I was listening to him, because I really wasn't listening to him. All I was hearing was when he went to talk in a parliament the other day upon his speech. That's all when I hear. One language I can't understand. See? But somebody highlighted something and I went play it. Let's continue.
Because we have not been doing that. So I don't know who get funding from who don't get funding. Remember that this was not done by me. This was done by the Ministry of Labour and Social Security. They went out and did the assessments and they are the ones who made the recommendations. It has nothing to do with the member of parliament. So why are you trying now to make this issue a political issue? By stating that I have avid supporters and by stating that the PNP leads the parish council. We know that the PNP leads the parish council, but what does that have to do with what I'm speaking about here? I'm really disappointed in your response. And your response cements the point I made earlier about the level of incompetence you're showing in this situation. You need to get up and do the work or shut up, because at the end of the day, it's the people who are suffering. And we will continue to speak on behalf of the people until they get what they deserve and what was promised to them. What you promised, what your government promised, was suitable accommodation for the people who were still at the shelter. And that is what we want to see. So we're looking forward to seeing what was promised. We're looking forward to the delivery on that promise in a timely manner. Thank you for tuning in to Power Talk Mondays. See you again, same place, same time next week. What?
Good morning, everyone, and good morning to all listeners. Let me begin by making it absolutely clear that the People's National Party is in no way or form trying to undermine the Spark program. What you're about is accountability and delivery. The people of Jamaica deserve to see real, measurable outcomes and not shifting narratives. And what we have been seeing since the Spark program was announced, continuous shifting narratives and delayed outcomes. So we really need real answers as to what is really happening. And the problem really started from the beginning. And as was stated by the CEO, E.G. Hunter, the roads were selected before the estimates were actually done. So when you put this into context, what really happened is that you have an allocation for Spark. You decided that each constituency should get a particular allocation, which was $300 million at the time. You also stated that constituencies should choose 10 roads. So when the roads were selected, what should have been done, the estimates should have been done at that point in time. So some priority could have been put in place. So persons could know exactly what was happening and how many roads could actually realistically be done. And what could have happened from then is that persons would have chosen roads that could have fit into the particular budget. But what we're seeing now, we're seeing constituencies, for example, in Eastern Westmoreland, where Dr. Dayton Campbell spoke of earlier, was that his roads, the total cost was actually over $1 billion. But the allocation was 300, which means he has a shortfall of 700, which now makes it difficult because now they have to prioritize as in how many roads of the 10 can actually be done. So what we're seeing in some constituencies now is that 10 roads is a impossible situation. Some may get 6, some may get 3, some may get 2. We don't know what the situation is at the particular moment. And the minister continues to change the narrative as he goes along. Because even at the Standing Finance Committee, he continued to say that it will be 10 roads. But in his last statement, he declared that it's going to be 6. So what is it? Is it 10? Is it 6? Is it 3? We don't know what is happening. And even my own constituency, where work has started on 3 particular roads. But when we spoke to the contractors, because work orders were issued for others, they advised me that those work orders, even though issued, no designs were there for them. So I'm trying to figure out how can you cost a road without having the design? Because the design should be done first before you can know exactly what will need to be done on that particular road for you to have a costing for it. So the entire thing has been messy, it has been shambles, and the government just needs to come forward and explain to Jamaica exactly what the truth is and how we move forward from this.
Embarrassing.
There have been other complaints from other members of parliament, especially about the worker compensation situation. And the minister seemed to have just thrown it or brushed it under the carpet. He's asking for proof. But what I'm asking the minister is that what kind of proof are you asking for? There is no formal system that these persons are being paid through. So they don't get pay slips. They don't get direct deposits to their account. Most of these persons are paid in cash. So I'm not sure what kind of proof the minister is asking for, but he cannot just throw it under the carpet because these are legitimate claims. And remember,
So Abka fits anyone proof, ladies and gentlemen, when it knows that the people them get paid by cash. So when they make a complaint that they are not getting paid, it is the concern of the people them, right? You can't, what proof? There's no formal piece of paper like a stipend to say, see, it proves that I paid them. So you can prove that you did pay them, and them can prove that them get paid. So how we are going to move forward? You're not going. The people are saying they're not getting paid. So if they don't get paid, the work won't do, and then who suffers? You see what they do, Jamaica? Let's continue. You see, they lie by omission, you know? And then use craft. The government is a craft government. You understand? Let's continue.
these are our people who are out there working under this program, and our people are the ones who are suffering. So the government must stand behind our people and ensure that it is fair with whatever compensation that they are getting. In closing, I want to say the government continues to speak about politics anytime they're asked to be accountable. And I've noticed this trend from this minister. I've also noticed this recently from the Minister of Local Government, where whatever you ask for, they try to twist it to be politics. Well, we're not about politics when we're speaking of the people, because at the end of the day, we want to ensure that transparency is there, that we have proper accountability for the resources that are being spent, and we want the people of Jamaica to be the beneficiaries of whatever is done. Good morning. Welcome everyone to Power Talk Mondays. And today we'll be looking into that incident that happened in Granville, Montego Bay yesterday, where a woman was fatally shot by a police officer. The video has been circulating, persons have been commenting, and the general consensus is that this woman was murdered in cold blood. We don't know the conversation that was happening between the policeman and the woman, but based on the video evidence, I can't see what would have led him to fire to kill in that particular instance. And it's really heart-wrenching because people are supposed to feel safe when the police comes around. And incidents like this causes the trust level between citizens and police to continue going down. It is already low. And for this to happen, it will continue going down. And there's a major issue we're having in Jamaica when, yes, murders are going down, but police killings are continuously going up. And it really begs to wonder why this is really happening. And it is clear that not everyone who is being killed are persons of interest, are persons who are involved in criminal activities. Innocent people are being involved in what is happening. And it brings back the conversation where people are talking about body-worn cameras, because if there's nothing to hide when you're going into a combat situation, for example, or whatever situation, why would you not want to wear the camera? And the security minister has stated quite a few times that he does not think it is necessary, they should not wear it. But evidence continues to appear to show why they should wear it in order to increase the level of fairness whenever we have issues like this. And the people of Granville must be upset, must be disappointed in the actions of the police officer. And persons in Granville and in Jamaica deserve justice. We deserve the truth. So we really want this situation to be thoroughly ventilated, where the process can take its course. They have already started the process, but we really want it to be done swiftly so justice can be served. And as I said, by looking at the video, it does not look good. I can't make a conclusion as to exactly what happened, but what we're seeing on the video, it really does not look good. It looks like a serious case of unprofessionalism, first of all, by the police officer, because I can't see what was there for him to shoot, to kill, as was done in this particular instance. So persons in the police force, you have to understand that your duty is to serve and protect. And situations like this does not indicate that people can be comfortable with that motto that you are serving and protecting. So people, what do you think? What do you think should happen? What do you think actually happened? Because as I said, in my opinion, it really does not look good on the part of this police officer, on the part of the Jamaica Constabulary Force. Thank you for tuning in to our program today, and see you again same time next week. One love.
Like and share my side. And I said Nesta Morgan. It's I said after it's any, but it's Nesta Morgan, ladies and gentlemen. So Nesta Morgan with Spark program. Desmond McKenzie with the shelters. All of them need to be held accountable. We are calling for the resignation of these people, you know. We're calling for the resignation of Andrew Holness. All of them. This level of incompetence has to stop. You understand? Ministry of Labour, Mr. Masias.
It's an absolute pleasure to be here standing in. It is time for the word on the streets. And today's program will take a different twist from our normal word on the street programs, because the word on the street today, the actual word on the street, is about the solidarity program. The same program where persons were signing up to get that $20,000 one-off grant. But what have we been hearing in the news now? People are asking every day, how comes they have not received this $20,000? We have not been able to give them the answers until now. Now we are realizing what has really happened. The government was supposed to spend $1 billion, but yet 770 million has gone back in the coffers of government for debt reduction, going back to the consolidated fund. So this means many people out there who were anticipating getting this one-off payment will not get it, because the government has taken back this money, using lame excuses that they did not get the desired registration. 18,000 people, they said, registered. Only 11,000 would have gotten. But yet the program was designed to register 50,000 people. So how comes you're saying now only 18,000 applicants came in? That is because you gave us limits. MPs were given limits. When we started to register persons, we were told we can't register more than a certain amount of people. So that is why you would not get your full allocation. But that is obviously the strategy that the government was using, to register less people so that less money would have been dispersed. People, you need to really look at what is happening with this government. Every single program we're looking into has certain questions that they must answer. And this solidarity program, as we speak right now, they must come out and explain to the people of Jamaica, why was it done like this? Why so many people would have registered to get the $20,000 and they did not get it? Why so many people have wanted to get it but were not afforded the opportunity to register because we had limits? 50,000 people, I said it was designed for. Only 18,000 were registered. Only 11,000 reached. $1 billion was allocated. Only 200 plus million was dispersed. If this is not strange in our society, then I don't know what is strange. So this is the word on the street today, and thank you for tuning in. And remember, going forward, send us your pictures and videos of any infrastructure needs that you know deserves your attention. It is your word from your street. Welcome everyone to this edition of Power Talk Mondays. And today we'll be joining the conversation about those donations that the government received that they have not spent. And it's really disturbing, because when I think about how many persons are here suffering months after Hurricane Melissa, a lot of them don't have any place to sleep, no decent shelter. But yet we're hearing that the majority of the nations that came into this country have still not been spent. What kind of government do we really have? What kind of uncaring and selfish government are we seeing right now in Jamaica? It is unacceptable for persons to move around quickly, gather their stuff, get the donations here in Jamaica, but still the government has held on to the majority of it. This cannot be anybody with a clear conscience and a clean heart. because people out there really need the assistance. What will happen again to persons who want to assist and know what is happening in Jamaica? This will definitely deter people from wanting to contribute if they think their contribution will not reach to the people that it is supposed to reach.
That's right.
So we're calling on the government again. The resources that you collected for the people of Jamaica, please let them have it. It must be able to reach them quickly and transparently. If the intention was to do this, I am sure it would have happened already. Jamaica, it is for you to decide what you think is happening with this money. Thank you for tuning in.
Boy, I'm glad to me I do that reaction because this brother and I get enough credit in the parliament. Good night. Vian, how you doing? This youth and I get enough credit for this thing and then power talk on this. Because all the people don't really follow the social media, right? For the MP them. And the point they make a while ago, it's a sound point and a logical one. Let's continue.
Dwayne Vaz here, your member of parliament for Central Westmoreland. I just listened keenly in parliament to the minister's presentation, that is Desmond McKenzie, the Minister of Local Government and Community Development, because I was waiting to hear a date where the persons who are staying in the shelter would be moved to the location that was stipulated for them to move in the Shrewsbury area. Remember, I did a video there on the 8th of May, the deadline day when persons were supposed to leave. And I was criticized by the minister for being mischievous. But yet today, in Parliament, he could not give a timeline. He said as soon as the bases are finished. And we have just moved on from 6 bases, I reported, to 10 bases now.
Jamaica, this is the Flintstone government. Way back in idea, they cannot put a time on projects that they're supposed to do. Especially when people are in need of help, right a blouse and skirt wet. You're gonna tell the man about as soon as the bases are finished. You don't have no projection based on how fast people are work and the allocations that you have put in place to let us know, yeah man, see there, I hate this. What kind of nonsense is that?
Even though the first phase should have been being mischievous. But yet today, in Parliament, he could not give a timeline. He said as soon as the bases are finished. And we have just moved on from 6 bases, I reported, to 10 bases now, even though the first phase should have been 20 and the total is 50. So we're still not hearing when the persons will be able to live in these houses that were promised. And this is still unacceptable because the hurricane has passed over 7 months now and the persons in the shelters are still have nowhere to go. The new hurricane season has started. People are wondering what is happening. And also remember that it's not only about those in the shelter, it's about the total amount of persons that they're planning to move to this site. So as we stand today, 10 bases are there, no sewage still put in, no water put in, no light put in. When is the date where the persons will be able to live in the houses that were promised? You have set the it's only about those in the shelter, it's about the total amount of persons that they're planning to move to this site. So as we stand today, 10 bases are there, no sewage still put in, no water put in, no light put in. When is the date where the persons will be able to live in the houses that were promised? You have said the houses are here. What is taking so long? Why the infrastructure is not yet put in place? The minister needs to answer these questions immediately and let people know what is happening.
All persons who came on
Jamaica, this is what they don't want Dwayne Vaz to do. So guess what? Because Dwayne Vaz is doing that and it bothers them, I am going to start highlighting more of these videos. Because Desmond McKenzie cannot come and tell us a date. So for what? It was like 3 weeks ago, only 4 more bases too. We don't have the money, we don't have everything. What is taking so long? Oh, is it the intention of the government to continue suffering the people within these constituencies because they didn't vote for them? So they give up on life? Is the aim subtle genocide or for the people to actually just move from out of the area so they can have the lands them? What is it? I am going to ask that question. I'm going to continue to ask that question. Something is fundamentally wrong. We are in June. This is the hurricane season. As soon as the bases are finished, that's the best you can do. But come out talking about this government and puffing your chest. This government is garbage. Facts. Rubbish.
As sponsors, persons who came because they are benefiting from the free Wi-Fi. Good afternoon to you all. It is wonderful to be here today because the importance of this event, as the word states, is to connect everybody. And I think it was after Hurricane Melissa in this constituency and parish where people realized that they were taking connectivity for granted. Because when you're used to having something around you at home or on the street, you don't understand the importance of it. But when we lost connectivity the other day, and persons had to be scampering and wondering how to get some connection, we were running and finding places where we had some Starlink where we can get some connection to people around to just let them know what is happening. It showed how important it is to be connected. And what the Universal Service Fund is doing for communities across the parish is to give us free Wi-Fi where we can go in our communities and connect without having to pay any form of money. So when you used to have to pay for your phone bill and you don't have the credit on your phone, the free Wi-Fi is there to keep you connected, whether you're in school, whether you're at work, whether you're doing business in the community, you will have that level of connection to keep you going. So you have to understand how important it is. And I know the students enjoy it. I know the business people enjoy it. I know the workers enjoy it. And we just have to ensure we support the Universal Service Fund as they continue to build out in more communities and in more towns. Because we know Westmoreland will be getting a lot more than we have gotten so far. And I'm banking on the CEO, is my brethren Charlton, to ensure that every nook and cranny across the parish of Westmoreland becomes connected, because we understand the importance of keeping the connection with the residents across the constituency. So thank you again for having me, and we look forward to whatever we have to offer today, because we know that this is very important, and we know that we'll continue to build from strength to strength as we get back Westmoreland to where we know it should be. I thank you very much.
Brilliant. Man, I do an excellent job, man. Big up Mr. Dwayne Paul, no? So, yes, my side. So I found the Desmond McKenzie clip. The audacity of this man. 1 second. The audacity of this man. Alright, so let me share it to cap off this particular reaction out the 37 minutes already. Check this out, ladies and gentlemen, from Desmond McKenzie. The audacity.
Remember last week speaking about increasing the fines and doing all that is necessary. Yes, that is good, but the country needs to have a social call on the state of how we are disposing of garbage. And I'm using this presentation today to ask us to put aside our political differences and let us unite and campaign in making Jamaica a cleaner and a better country. Because if you understand eventually by 2040 become the government. 2040. And let me say this, I already remember last week, presentation today, to ask us to put aside our political differences and let us unite and campaign in making Jamaica a cleaner and a better country. Because if you understand eventually by 2040 become the government, 2040, you will still have the garbage problems. We need to unite on this one. And I call on members, not just in the political arena, but right across Jamaica, for this consciousness of mind, for us to be.
So you heard that garbage, ladies and gentlemen. You heard that garbage. That eventually the People's National Party, when they come into power 2040, they will still have a garbage problem. The only garbage problem we have is what is coming out of his mouth. Outside of the more obvious garbage problem. 2040, So only thing say God I got allow you for use the systems on have in place for continue for thief election. And I mean say no, that's a thus say the Lord. You understand? So the secrets of heart has been exposed as to how you guys continue to stay into power. But that chain shall be broken. The shackles that you don't have Jamaica under. Because you, Desmond Mackenzie, are the one who said, you will not surrender Jamaica to the People's National Party. Talking about 2040. Can you imagine? So him in a film self thing say them have everything so locked, so confident that when we see 2030, 2 more terms, lost in mind, the devil is a liar. Anyway, I just want to share that upon the reaction. Let me know what you think in the comment section. If you made it to the end of this reaction, you are the boss. Big up yourself, yeah? Wally Palo. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the platform. It's your brother Bolo V&R. And I want to carry this story and to make a point regarding the story, right? I want you to listen to this very carefully, ladies and gentlemen. Listen to this.
Welcome back and thanks for staying with us.
And a special welcome to viewers on OneSportMedia.com as well as TVJ International in the Cayman Islands.
We begin up first this evening. We begin with the news that an accounting and customer service officer employed to the Caribbean Maritime University, CMU, has been arrested and charged following an investigation into alleged financial irregularities involving students' funds.
Kevin Anthony Panton was charged yesterday following an investigation by the Financial Investigation Division, FID, and the Special Investigation Branch of the JCFs.
Prince Moore reports.
In a statement today, the FID said it commenced an investigation into a case of fraud at the CMU involving nearly $2 million after the leadership team of the institution alerted them to an alleged fraud at the university. The probe resulted in the apprehension of Mr. Panton. He has been charged with 14 counts of fraud, including embezzlement, engaging in a transaction involving criminal property, possession of criminal property, facilitating a transaction involving criminal property, falsification of accounts, and conspiracy to defraud. He was granted station bail in the sum of $700,000 and is scheduled to appear before the St. Andrew Criminal Court on July 6. The CMU said it detected irregularities in November 2024 during a period of system downtime at the university. During reconciliation of cashier closeout reports against bank deposits, it was identified that $970,000 had not been lodged. Further investigations indicated that the funds were later returned or lodged by Mr. Panton. However, the sequence of events remained inconsistent with expected cash handling practices. The university said additional concerns arose during the January 2026 examination period when students presented manual receipts for payments that were not reflected in the university's records. This triggered a formal investigation into manual receipting, banking, and receivables posting processes. The investigation revealed that the sequence of manual receipt books had been broken and that several receipt books remained unaccounted for. A total of $1.7 million could not be accounted for from the manual receipts reviewed. Of that amount, $552,000 has since been returned, leaving a current deficit of $1,149,500. Mr. Panton and another employee were placed on suspension in January 2026, and a report was subsequently made to the FID.
Ladies and gentlemen,
What can go so?
I want to turn our focus to the Jamaica Labour Party and how they manage our funds, our tax dollars. I want to turn our focus to the many Auditor General reports, right, that has told us about trillions of dollars that's been unaccounted for, right? And you see, I am highlighting this for those persons that say that because the government uses this narrative, that, it's not really, it's not that the money was stolen. Ladies and gentlemen, do you guys hear what is happening?
with this particular case. Money was unaccounted for and no money is returning. Now, let's just say that some of these monies that are unaccounted for walked out of the ministries, the particular ministries of government, and those monies were used to benefit persons within the time period it was unaccounted for. And then the money is returned. It's not that the money never used in Jamaica. The money was used between the time because there's no real-time audit. So the money is used between the time. Nobody knows that the money is. I'm giving you a scenario, you know. I'm showing you how dangerous it is to have trillions of dollars unaccounted for, and then people try to brush it off as if, but the money never stolen. Same thing with the $1.44 billion with the 1.8% of it being used, and they want to tell us that, you know, well, it's not that the money is there. It's not stolen, right? There's a situation with one of the banks in one of the reports where the 150 million US that was given to JPS is concerned. That bank allegedly, I think I snapped, was in some type of financial woes. And because the money sat there, the bank could use the money because they would know, and this is a hypothetical again, the bank could use the money because they know the money allocation would not be going on at the same time when the money was lodged. So that money sitting in the bank, that 150 million US dollars, 24 billion Jamaican dollars. That money sitting in the bank helps the bank to give them leverage to get themselves back on their feet. So the question, and that's a hypothetical. So there was a question being asked, what is the relationship between the government and the bank? Or what is the relationship between Darrell Vaz and the bank? And then you're going to have people saying, oh, this is conspiracy theory. Why are you guys so... Conspiracy theory is just a way to say you don't want to think of the possibilities of how money can be stolen from us. We're not saying the money was stolen, no, we're saying there's a possibility that you could lodge money in a bank, a large amount through the government. The money sits there, knowing that the money will not be moved at the same time, because you're not going to spend 150 million US dollars just like that. That's a lot of money. So the longer the money sits there, it gives the bank leverage. Persons who work in the bank know exactly what I'm talking about. That's why they encourage people to save their money, and that's why the banks don't like when people withdraw their money too. But they don't want to tell you that, but they really don't like when you withdraw your money, because they want your money to stay so they can use your money to facilitate other things, right? And so they can make money from your money, period. So if a bank is in trouble and the government can give them an olive branch and say, yo, that's the bank we're going to use. See, you follow me, you know? And this is a hypothetical situation. I was listening to Mark Golding. In terms of the funds, in terms of the donation in the particular overseas for Hurricane Melissa, if I'm not mistaken, allegedly, isn't Audrey Marks the one that runs the entity that the monies went to for donation? For those ticket sales of that event that they kept overseas? Isn't Audrey Marks the one? Isn't it her company? And Mark Golding was questioning, yo, like, what's going on? Right? And to use the company, she's going to benefit in it. Why did they use Audrey Marks if she's the one that actually owns the company? That's what you would call a sweetheart deal. The more money comes through the company, the more money she makes. Why they couldn't use an independent entity? This government is comfortable with nepotism, right? If it is indeed through her company. And I'm just showing you, Andrew Holness put his wife as a Speaker of the House. They are comfortable with corruption, ladies and gentlemen. And you, the people of Jamaica, if you are not uncomfortable with trillions of dollars being unaccounted for, Auditor General Pamela Monroe handles audits regarding unaccounted for or mismanaged funds. In Jamaica, widespread concerns were raised by governance watchdog
jump regarding 3 trillion of public funds that was unaccounted for across 16 government entities. So when you hear that money is unaccounted for, I am doing this video to tell you, you should have your alarms. You know, when a dog, a watchdog in your house, on your yard, and protect your yard, and you see ears go up like this, once the ear unaccounted for, you should be deeply concerned. What you should also be concerned about is that this particular government, the anti-Holness government, is so comfortable, ladies and gentlemen, with money being unaccounted for. It is like a DNA in their runnings of the government. It's nothing. Tell me, what have they done to fix the problem of monies being unaccounted for? When they talked about 3 trillion, that was like a couple years ago. You know? We don't know how much more now is unaccounted for across the same 16 government entities and ministries. Ministry of Health, Education, Labor. I am of the view that this is how they steal and rob money or use those money to benefit themselves and their families. That's my view. I don't have any evidence of that. This is how they fill their pockets. In my view, I don't have any evidence of that. But God is not sleeping, you know. God is not sleeping. And I'm doing this video to say to the people of Jamaica, wake up. Wake up. When you, I'm going to play the video again. When you hear unaccounted for, do not take it lightly. It's not a tagline, but they never steal the money. That don't mean them steal the money. It's just unaccounted for. They just don't have a receipt. Then if you send your pitney gun shop and they give your pitney $5,000, and you tell your pitney, say, listen, I want you buy 2 bun, and I want you buy a bottle of water, 1 bread, and 1 pound of rice, and I want you buy 2 mackerel, zine, and 1 hot sauce, and then come back with no money. And then say to you, but mommy, you know, see $5,000 it costs. That's what you mean by it's called the money is unaccounted for. Underspending the money, not giving a receipt, and then wanting us to believe that just trust us when we tell you that the money was used for what we said it was used for without a proper receipt. What the hell can go so?
What can go so?
Let's get back to this particular fraud situation at the CMU. Listen to this.
After the leadership team of the institution alerted them to an alleged fraud at the university. The probe resulted in the apprehension of Mr. Panton. He has been charged with 14 counts of fraud, including embezzlement, engaging in a transaction involving criminal property, possession of criminal property, facilitating a transaction involving criminal property, falsification of accounts, and conspiracy to defraud. He was granted station bail in the sum of $700,000 and is scheduled to appear before the St. Andrew Criminal Court on July 6. The CMU said it detected irregularities in November 2024 during a period of system downtime at the university. During reconciliation of cashier closeout reports against bank deposits, it was identified that $970,000 had not been lodged. Further investigations indicated that the funds were later returned or lodged by Mr. Panton. However,
So Jamaica, when and this is a possibility, the man used the 970,000, right? And do what he want to do with it. Probably, whatever he do in the space of time that he was not lodged and then return back the money. But whatever he did could potentially earn him double that money, triple that money. You understand? And that is a scenario, ladies and gentlemen, of how skullduggery can be done. Dishonest, unethical business practices. And this government is the unaccounted for government. Dangerous. Dangerous.
Sequence of events remained inconsistent with expected cash handling practices. The university said additional concerns arose during the January 2026 examination period when students presented manual receipts for payments that were not reflected in the university's records. This triggered a formal investigation into manual receipting, banking, and receivables posting.
So what happened here now? he made a mistake. And the mistake was caught. But whatever he did before the damage was done. And this is where Auditor General comes in when the Auditor General audits stuff. They made a mistake. That's all, you know. They made a mistake. And now she's like, oh, wait a minute. So what's going on here? But there are so many mistakes in where the government is concerned. It's really not a mistake. It's them not really caring. And then nothing really happens, right? In the Ministry of Health, that individual just walked away in the sunset and was never charged. No criminal charges. So we have these people working in such a way, ladies and gentlemen, that they are so skillful and so good at what they're doing that they see the loopholes, use the loopholes, benefit from it, and then walk away scotch-free. And this is why the Integrity Commission is getting so much fight from the anti-Holness-led administration. Because they are the anti-corruption agency that if they hold the government officials accountable, that particular accountability is going to trickle down to all the other minions that is connected to them or work for them. So that's why they fight them. But God on time.
Processes. The investigation revealed that the sequence of manual receipt books had been broken and that several receipt books remained unaccounted for. A total of $1.7 million could not be accounted for from the manual receipts reviewed. Of that amount, $552,000 has since been returned, leaving a current deficit of $1,149,500.
And Jamaica, all you have to do is go and listen to. Remember what Rosie said about the monies that they allocate in the area, in the constituency for roads. How much money she said that the MP get from the contractor? Should the money allocated? I'm just saying, and you wonder why our roads are not fixed properly. Right? Skimming off the top. Grabbing. And that's what Rosie said. I don't mean to say so. But I'm just showing you an example. Right? Just showing you an example, ladies and gentlemen. And that reminds me, these people have the audacity. Donovan Williams is still in Parliament. And then young Jamaica coming talking about they are demanding the answer from Mark going about the statutory declaration. The devil is a liar. You know what? Let me end this reaction here. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know what you guys think. All right? I can't say I never want them. Can't say me never want no. Where you say it a rain cats and dog? Okay.
Yeah,
Lightning?
Yeah, thunder.
Wow. So were you listening to earlier when Head Boy was on?
Yes, I was.
So in terms of and then the soldier person that I was that I played on Mr. Wayne Lonesome. He said that
Portland.
No, he said something about people hearing sounds in Portland that sounded different from a ship.
Me never hear the sound. Me did drop sleep early. We wake up to the block. Me realize that the fan now spin, so me jump up.
Oh, and the heat wake you up?
Yeah.
My God. That when I call you about it. Yeah, more find out if anybody to hear that sound.
When I hear it, because me ask me gentleman if he hear it. And he say no, and he hear it.
So what is your thoughts on what took place?
Why I pay generalship I go on there, you know. Generalship in this thing. I just feel say this thing this blackout here, so something going for the black something not right. Something not right. This look like a generalship, as me say. With the ship as the ship left the blackout gone. Or same day when the ship left the blackout gone. Something not right.
And then when you look for the facts that Daryl Vaz are the one who go meet the ship, you have to say, boy.
Huh?
When you look for the facts that Daryl Vaz go meet the people on the ship or not.
Yes, man. Yes, man. That general, man. That mongoose then, that mongoose not easy. Mongoose they're not easy at all.
Dangerous guy that you know, man.
Yes, man. In terms of me, there are something to tell God, say you see, and I'm nothing pretty. Sometimes I want to sleep at night time.
All right, Mama Celine.
Dangerous man, dangerous bad.
All right, Mama Celine. Appreciate you.
Yeah, man, take it easy.
All right, baby.
Yeah.
Big up Mama Celine, these Portland people, them that. I'm going to try to call Kimon. I don't know if Kimon available. I'm try to call Kimon and find out if she did hear the song. You see me? Try to call Kimon. Hopefully she available. Try Kimon again.
Hello?
Yes, my baby Kimon, you're live with me on the program.
Hey, what's going on, Bolo? Good evening to you and your viewers and listeners, both on YouTube and on TikTok.
Yes,
Bolo?
I am here, my
Flo, they mash me up.
Oh,
Sick
God.
out.
Poor baby, poor baby.
But I am still in good spirits. I'm giving God thanks nonetheless.
You know me I call about last night with the blackout. You did hear no sound down at the ocean there?
No, me never hear no sound.
You were up?
Yeah, man, I was up. I was up until about maybe 1 a.m. because I was looking to see if the electricity would have been restored. But apart, as we see, it was all night thing. It was whole night. So I just went to bed after a period of time. I didn't stay up much longer.
Cause somebody said our brother, our soldier brother said he get some report. So there was some sound, some loud sound, and they must say, boy, not even shoot no sound like that. You understand? So when
over on the eastern side of Portland, probably depends on the part of Portland that those sounds were coming from.
Well, then again, you're right about that, Yeah, you're right
so
about that.
I might not hear it, but other persons might, but I didn't hear it. So I'm not gonna say there wasn't any sound because me never hear it. It never happened. I'm not gonna say that, but I never hear it.
Well, you know what I want you to do for me? I want you to do a little bit of investigation about this thing. You understand?
I will.
Yes.
I will. But most all of today was just pure rain and all of that. So I didn't really get to go out. But I contract the flu, so I must stay in and getting myself medicated and stuff like that. So I just stay in most of today because of the weather. But I will definitely check out and call a few persons and hear and try to get back some feedback to you.
Yeah, I just talked to Mama Selena a while ago from Portland, and she said she was sleeping, so she wouldn't hear nothing. And she talked to her gentleman, and him say, never hear anything neither. So, but like I said, it depends on which side of East Portland are there.
Yeah, it depends on which side. Probably people up Mansionil would as hear it, I don't know, or probably people back Buff Bay side. So it depends on where in the parish the persons are, they might hear it.
All right, my darling.
But my home is where my home is. I can directly see in the sea, and from time to time we will see like ships and boat passing. Definitely, because where my house is, I can stay from my veranda and look right out into the sea.
Well, what are your thoughts about the blackout, though? Is it, you know, how you view it? Because a lot of people have a lot of opinions about it in terms of the coincidence of it and the ship supposed to leave the same day, and then that happens, and then upper campfire. There's a lot of conversation on the internet around it right now.
My view on it, Bolo, I feel like it was deliberate. For some strange reason, I had a flashback of election night when the whole internet communication system went. I just had a crazy flashback to that time, and it definitely looks suspicious. To be honest with you, the CEO of JPS came out and did a press release today saying that it was lightning that knock out the system. But my thing with that is, I'm not saying that couldn't be a factor, but my thing is that there are several servers where different parts of Jamaica is connected to. Is not just one system connect the whole entire country.
Bingo.
You understand what I'm saying? So that is where my suspicion really comes from, because when I called my mom, she lives in St. Elizabeth. They didn't have any light. I have an aunt, 78-year-old in Manchester. When I called her, she didn't have any light either. We in Portland never have any light. So that is 3 parishes never have no light. And
it was an all island blackout, man. It was an all island blackout.
Yeah,
officially.
It was and St. Elizabeth and Manchester, Clarendon, St. Elizabeth, Manchester, Clarendon, Westmoreland, they don't come from the same system that Kingston and St. Thomas and St. Anne and those parishes get their thing from. So I don't know if it's the one is the lightning knock out the whole entire island and not just one. It just look away and so away, you know. So some thorough investigation need to be done. They need to tell the Jamaican people the utmost truth as to what is really happening in our country. We can't be in our country and we are all in the dark as to what is taking place in our own country. They need to come forward and let the people of the country know and understand exactly what is taking place. There's no transparency with nothing at all in this country. Everything is just dark, and anything them say is just that. No proper investigation, no truth. We need the truth as to what is happening in our country. And that is what I have to say about that. So that you need to become better than this. We're not going to really take this. You need to become better.
Why I tell you, and you know, these conversations that we're having is so important, and I don't know. The mainstream media is they are such punks. They are such slaves to the government.
Mainstream media is totally compromised, Bolo. And the main reason for mainstream media becoming so compromised because of reduced advertising dollar from big companies because of the internet, and companies are looking to advertise and cut advertising costs and then relying on social media for that. And because of the lack and reduce in advertising dollars from some of these companies, the government is now one of the top providing advertising entity for some of these media companies. And if you notice, if they are not carrying the government's narrative, the government not going to give them any money. So that is one of the main reasons why you see mainstream media has become so compromised. I can remember when Michael Sharp used to be on TV during Samuels. Those people had so much integrity. They used to go in depth and do their journalism. They never used to take what politician has to say. They used to go in the field. They go in the field. They used to go to the sources and find out everything.
Right,
You understand? I miss those type of journalism. I miss it.
Man, for real, man. And their job is so important too, you know. That's what makes it so heart-earning.
Their job is so important. I don't think they even realize how important their role is to the development of the country. I don't even and the whole in the government to account. I don't even think they realize the responsibility that they carry.
I mean, when I look at what happened with Mama P rescuing our finances, you know, and the approach that they took, I don't see why they have forgotten about that, you know, because when I read the article from the IMF, it stated that mainstream media was integral in holding the government accountable, where, you know, staying with the fiscal discipline is concerned.
Exactly, and they had to do it. They had to follow the rules and they had to do it. The Honorable Mark Golding can always outline and tell you how hard he had to work on the legislative part of it.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Yes, he has come out and tell you how much work he has to put in the agreement in the legislative part of it, because you know Mark Golding is one of the top legislators in the country. No one knows the legislation, the constitution like him.
That's correct. That's correct. He's a stalwart. I would say that Isaac Buchanan is right there with him. You hearing me? Come on, you're muted. I don't know how you got muted. I'm not hearing you. Look like she get a call, ladies and gentlemen. But Isaac Buchanan. Yeah, I hear you now. I hear you now. Mm-hmm.
Yes, you know, every time I come on and you mention my MP, I have to always big up my MP. My MP doing a wonderful job. Notwithstanding the lack of support from the government and resources, my MP is out there and doing a wonderful job as always.
But you know, so me have a true Hollywood, you know. I have to mention Isaac at the time you come on, so you can get the Hollywood for dunk, you know. Yeah, I have to make sure say me mention but I mean the man is working for real. It's not even like says I said the man is working, Bridget. All right. I mean, from the get-go, from the jump, you know, he uses his pull, he uses the internet, him go online and him beg on behalf of them to get them tablets, them and them something. Him a work, man. Isaac a work, man. I mean, it's day and night when you compare. It's not even fair to compare the lady that was there before to Isaac. It's not even fair. Honestly, you can't ask anybody in East Portland. All the labor right them will tell you the truth. Because Isaac operate in such a way where not even labor right them can deny what they do. They cannot, no matter how they must staunch labor right. Because Isaac don't see color. Isaac encourage and make you know, say, yo, I'm not like the other politicians, you know. Not because you never vote for me. I don't be about that. I represent you as well. Come to my office, tell me what I need, and I'm gonna do what I can do, and to help you, just like I'm gonna help the people and when they vote for me too. So you know, it's a different type of politician. As a matter of fact, I don't see Isaac Buchanan as a politician. I see Isaac Buchanan as a statesman. You understand? But come on, Mrs. You're busy. Thank you for joining, and remember to do that particular thing there for me and do that local investigation there, all right? See you later. I got to go. People, remember to like, share, and subscribe, all right? I didn't get any confirmations about any sounds in East Portland, like what the soldier said, but that doesn't mean that, you know, I don't know where that particular alleged vessel would have went. But yeah, don't get no confirmation yet. Anyway, see you guys later. Appreciate y'all. Remember to like, share, and subscribe. That is all. This is a teachable moment that I'm going to go through. Honestly, you cannot make this up. I want to show you something, right? So let me get this video on this phone first. I don't need to do that. I can get it on here. All right, so I was watching the Troy Bridge opening today. Right? I was watching the Troy Bridge opening today. And I'm happy that the Troy Bridge is open. But I want to ask some questions to the people of Jamaica. How long did it take for them to fix the Troy Bridge? That's what I want to ask first. I'm going to Google it too now. I'm going to Google it. I'm going to Google it. How long did it take the government to fix the Troy Bridge? How long did it take the Jamaican government to fix the Troy Bridge? The Jamaican government took roughly 4 years and 10 months to replace the collapsed Troy Bridge. See that? You guys can Google it yourself. It took the government 4 years and 10 months to replace the Troy Bridge. So the people of that area were suffering for 4 years and 10 months. Their children almost lost their lives because that bridge is connected to so many communities. People almost lost their lives. Now there's a bridge that a man lost his life the other day. That bridge needs fixing. Desperately. That's another bridge connected to some communities. Right? What are they? Let me see if we can find some clips. I need to hear some comments from Everall Warmington regarding the Troy Bridge. This was in 2022. Let me see this. There's some legislators in this country who disregard the people's plight and act in a manner suggesting that the populace must endure inconvenience or worse, great suffering until they decide to do what is really their job to resolve their problems affecting constituents. Those legislators who insist on treating citizens as subjects are sometimes sent crashing back to earth after ballots are cast and counted. The vote is the people's voice, and we hope they continue to use it wisely. 2 weeks ago, in this space, we discussed this disgraceful condition that the residents of Cowick Park, Manchester, who depend on Troy Bridge, are facing at the time. We highlighted the cry of Miss Dulcie Broomfield for help. We cannot live in this condition. It is like nobody cares about us. Miss Broomfield, who lives in Cowick Park, said, and is one of the many residents of that and other communities who depend on Troy Bridge, which collapsed a year ago and is yet to be replaced. Our report had pointed out that some 2,000 Jamaicans rely on the bridge to get from their communities to school, to work, or to go about their general business. Mr. Everall Warmington, the government minister with responsibilities for works, was reportedly then saying that a replacement bridge may take 2 budget cycles to be erected. According to him, engineers are still working on a design. We are not surprised, Mr. Warmington insolence when our journalist, Mr. Casey Williams, called him last week for an update on the bridge, and Mr. Williams documented that display of brusqueness in his follow-up story in today's paper. Today's story again highlights the astronomical cost to students and adults who are forced to use the alternative routes because of the absence of the bridge. It also reported that acting principal of primary, Ms. Carisha McIntosh, are saying that the school attendance has dropped significantly because of the distance and expense. Let me turn off this computer because this battery a bit fast. You think I already do that? Shut it down. Who, including 2 experienced teachers and students who transferred to another school to avoid the expense near 15-mile alternative. Jamaica, you hear that? Persons had to do a 15-mile alternative route to go to school. 15 miles. That is how important the Tri-Bridge is. And you're telling me that it took them 4 years to fix it. What is this? Application was unable. What? Shut down that, man. But even more troubling is word from healthcare workers at Troy Health Center that sick elderly patients, some diabetic and other hypertensive, and babies have not been able to use the facility since the bridge collapsed. Additionally, we have been told that school children and adults are placed at risk by using a makeshift bridge. You know, hear me, I tell you no? I don't tell no lies, Jamaica. This is in the newspaper, this is the Observer. They are taking a risk with their lives using a makeshift bridge created from a fallen tree to cross the river running between the affected communities. Readers will recall that the residents have been using a zip line made from rope, a bucket, which also possesses grave danger. Students was doing this. We accept that the government is facing financial limitations, especially given the heavy commitment to the novel coronavirus pandemic. However, the situation facing residents in the community we have highlighted is an emergency. People like Mr. Warmington may think that this is merely a matter of access to the bridge because according to him, that is not the only one bridge in Jamaica. Jamaica, want to hear that? Dirty Warmington. That's why I go for the article in the comment and I remember him saying this. That is not the only bridge in the island, right? That needs to be replaced or repaired. Everybody know that, but it's an emergency, a big dummy. The cold hard facts he should acknowledge is that we are already seeing the effects of the situation on education, health, the residents' ability to survive, economic activity in other areas, and most importantly, the risk to life. The political representative of the affected communities and the government need to do their jobs. You are dealing with fellow human beings who deserve respect and who have been placed in office to serve Jamaica. I wanted to read that first. Thank God I found this article. I'm going to save it. I'm going to send it to myself right here. So now, let me show you what happened today at the Tri-Bridge. Grand opening, right? All right, grand opening. All smiles. Grand opening. That's not the part. Look how much people are following. See? Look at this. Look at that. Sometimes I wonder if some of them things are stage. the same people, Jamaica, the same people that were suffering, kids almost losing their lives, these are the same people showering around the Prime Minister as if they did a timely, they did their job in a timely matter. Just look at this, you know. You see that? What is the message that the people is sending the government? They can suffer you for 4 years, and then when they bring relief, you shower them with praises after suffering you for 4 years. Look at them, all smile. That's some of them same people, you know. When I suffer, you know, watch them. Everybody want to take a picture with the Prime Minister. Mighty God. Look at that. Bro, you cannot make this up. Now let me go to the video when we really want to go to. That put this and ties this into a bow to show you that this is something that the politicians do all the time.
Why are you carrying a chicken into a cabinet meeting? Because sometimes sir, why are you carrying a chicken into a cabinet meeting? Because sometimes a chicken understands politics better than people do. Watch closely. This lesson is not about the chicken. Sir, what are you doing? Stop hurting the poor animal. Be patient. The lesson has only begun. This is cruel. Let it go. Sometimes pain teaches what words cannot.
The poor thing is fighting with everything it has.
Because it still remembers the pain. I can't watch this anymore. This is cruelty. The poor creature has almost no feathers left. Keep watching.
How can you remain so calm while it suffers?
Because the lesson is not finished yet. Look at it, it can barely walk. Watch carefully. Haven't you done enough already?
Grains? Why are you giving it food now?
Because the lesson begins now. No, it can't be. After everything that happened, it's going back.
Clock!
It was fighting to escape just moments ago. Why would it trust him again? This is unbelievable. It has already forgotten the pain.
The same person who caused its suffering is now its comfort.
Now do you understand? What does this even mean?
Clock.
After everything that happened, why is it still beside you?
It was terrified of you just moments ago.
I don't understand. That's exactly the point. Watch the chicken carefully. A few moments ago, it was running from me. Now it sits beside me. All it took was a handful of grains. People are just like this. You take everything from them. You make them suffer. You leave them with pain, disappointment, and broken promises. Then, when the time comes, you give them a few grains, a little relief, a little hope, a few gifts. Suddenly, they forget every injustice. Suddenly, they forget the suffering. They forget the pain. They forget every injustice. That's the lesson. No matter how much pain they remember, hunger can make them forget. A nation's future is shaped by the choices its people make. Stay informed, think carefully, and never forget the lessons of the past.
Sir, why are you carrying a chicken into a cabinet meeting?
Ladies and gentlemen, when I saw the scenes from Trowbridge, that video popped up into my mind. I said, wow, truer words have never been spoken. The people of this area just forgot about the 4 years of suffering, you know, running behind Andrew is not take picture with him. That's why I'm staying in the wilderness, you know. Because someone are real set up, you know. After we there on the app, a battle phone, right? And someone on the labor right to come out and cuss all Andrew. Same thing wanna do, you know. As soon as they come, they suffer on for 6 years, nah, stop vote for them. They just come go to look at sweets, go KFC, want look at money. I want to forget about everything with them they do. You better wake up. You better wake up. Holding these politicians accountable, it's a full-time job. And it could mean your child becoming a slave or your child being liberated depending on what you do. Because if you guys are just going to suffer for 4 years and as soon as the man fix the bridge, taking picture with him for what?
For what? For incompetence? Just like how they can give with them name JPS 150 million US dollars because it's an emergency and the people need light. Why them couldn't do an emergency and get the bridge fixed in less than 4 years? Everyone with that said what? It's not only one bridge alone in a Jamaica one fix. Which other bridge then did fix Jamaica in the last 4 years? Go back and look. But that's the argument them dashing in your face because them under pressure. You hear the much things. The article said persons' lives were in danger. Economically, it put a strain on the people that lived in the area. Health care was affecting people in those clinics. Right? 15-mile picnic have to travel, and all of a sudden, you guys forget that it's the same government that... You see, if it was the People's National Party that came in and fixed the situation, I could say, all right, can't understand no other job. Thank you, Marky G, for doing the right thing because the other government never do it. You go on like say JLP just coming up power. It is something that happened under their watch for one term. It took them one whole term to fix a bridge. Imagine that. It took them a term to fix a bridge. That is that important. That was an emergency. Then why are you guys flaunting over the Prime Minister like that? I don't understand. Well, I do know because this video just told me this is the reason. They can abuse you, you allow it, and you take the abuse, and then one moment of giving you some grace, here you come. Oh, thank you, my Prime Minister. Take a picture with me. Man, boy, hey, man, I'm trying to, boy. You don't like the video, share the video, man. This is crazy, I'm telling you. Like and share the video. Jamaica, I was so disappointed. So disappointed when I saw that, but then the video clicked to me. So, ladies and gentlemen, good day. It's your brother Bolo V&R in this space, right? Now, our today put out this article June 5th. Today is June 17th. And this article, I believe, was prompted by the pressure of Oceanwide that put out an article about Mark Golding 2024 statutory declaration. I think maybe a month before that or some weeks before that, Oceanwide again came out and said, asked Mark Golding about it, and he said, listen, in terms of that, I don't know what it is, but I surmise that what might have happened is that, the Integrity Commission is short-staffed, so it's taking them longer. What's up, Ardeen is taking them longer to actually process all the work, all the investigations that they have to do, right? So Oceanwide asked, what going on at press? Oceanwide asked Mark Golding about that on press conference. And I have nothing to do with that, And Mark Golding answered them, I trying to find back that actual press conference. At our press, if you have it, let me know. More find a piece of clip there when Chevron, whatever I want name, asks Mark Golding about his statutory declaration at the PMP press conference. Then Oceanwide recently put out an article saying Young Jamaica asked Mark Golding about the Integrity Commission. Say he needs to come tell us why he's not certified in the 2024. What is going on with that? Then now, June 5th, now this is our today. Mark Golding must give full explanation about why his statutory declaration has not been certified. The audacity, the unmitigated gall, all I need to apologize. All of the social media pundit them need to apologize to the integrity boss, Mark Jefferson Golding. And let me tell you why I don't see the same pressure for Andrew Holness still not being certified in the last 4 to 5 years. I don't see it. But Mark Golding that has been certified has a track record of being certified. Here you guys come with a title like this. that Mark Golding must, you're not even going to article, but let's go show you the heading of the article. I don't think it's a long article either. Let me read it. See it here? Oh my God, but tell us them. Listen to it. Tell us them.
Young Jamaica, the youth arm of the governing Jamaica Labour Party, JLP, is calling on opposition leader and president of the People's National Party, PNP, Mark Golding, to provide the Jamaican people with a full and transparent explanation regarding the status of his 2024 statutory declaration, which, to date, has not been certified by the Integrity Commission. In April of this year, when questioned during a media briefing about the absence of certification, Golding blamed alleged staffing issues at the Integrity Commission for the Commission not publishing certification of his 2024 statutory declarations. Young Jamaica finds this explanation unsatisfactory and insufficient to account for the prolonged delay in the certification process.
Fully done. Embarrassing.
He needs some milk. What can go so?
Hey, who mess is this?
Who is this? Young Jamaica said Mark Golding's explanation is not satisfactory or sufficient.
Hey, who mess is this?
Who is this?
Process. Young Jamaica rejects that explanation for the 2-year delay proffered by Golding as implausible and fanciful. The Integrity Commission is
implausible. You don't need to come out to apologize to Mark Golding. No, the germs. You don't need to come apologize to the Integrity boss immediately. I am demanding an apology now. And if you can sooner, it's sooner.
mandated by law to publish notices confirming the certification of the statutory declarations submitted by both the Prime Minister and the leader of the opposition. It is a matter of public record that Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness has challenged aspects of the Integrity Commission's handling of his statutory declarations through the courts. That matter remains before the judiciary and is therefore subject to the sub judice principle. However, no such legal proceedings have been cited by Golding as an explanation for the outstanding certification of his declarations. Accordingly, Young Jamaica reiterates its call for Golding to provide a full account of the circumstances surrounding this matter and to address the concerns that have arisen in the interest of transparency and public accountability.
These people are desperate, delusional, and discombobulated. You know what I'm saying? Desperate, delusional, and discombobulated. They are getting their ass whooped so much by the failures of the Jamaica Labour Party that they put out an article to try and come against Mark Golding. And then what happened? A few moments later, Golding family earnings dipped more than $30 million in 2024. IC report shows. How you feel? How you feel? Tell me how you feel.
Embarrassing.
He needs some milk.
Ocean-wide, Jamaica Young Arm, or whatever you want to name, how you feel? Golding's family earnings dipped more than $30 million in 2024. Mighty God, the man lose money, Jamaica. Mark Golding is losing money. You know what this tells me? Everything that Mark Golding said about being a politician and his principles is 100%. Let me tell you why. Because the man said, in principle, he says, there's no way that you can be a politician. In principle, for him, and still actively running your businesses. He says being a politician and working for the people and being in service of the people is a full-time job. You see, all of you comrades out there question Mark Golding, let this be the last blouse and skirt day. I tell you that right now. Me not tolerate it.
Anyway, me hear it, me I address it. I am not tolerating you guys telling me that Mark Golden is not committed to what he's doing. Me I go burn no out. Me not be so own be any comrade. Tell you worse about us that. Any comrade we are challenge Mark Golden commitment to his work. The man is not the leader of the country, you know. The man is the opposition. And as the opposition, he's committed to doing the work for the people. So I don't want to hear nobody open up their mouth and talk to Mark Golden this and Mark Golden that and that. Mark Golden knows exactly what the hell he's doing because he is a professional and an expert. His approach towards the Jamaica Labour Party, it a mad them. You don't realize that. You don't realize that Mark Golden has done them. It's not about the rah-rah and the show. It's the things that the man do behind the scenes. The man is very sharp and smart and meticulous. And he's going up against a giant that has so many people and corrupt people behind them. There's a group of people that don't want Andrew Holness to come out of power. And they will, the man is saying they surrender Jamaica to the people. You don't hear. Open up on the brain. I could get into the article, ladies and gentlemen, because this is important. When you listen to this, we're showing how Mark, but $30 million the man lose. $30 million. All right? More than 30 million the article said, not 30 million. My apologies, I have to be accurate. More than 30 million. Let's continue.
Sports Integrity Commission, IC, has published a summary of the income. The Integrity Commission, IC, has published a summary of the income, assets, and liabilities of opposition leader Mark Golding, his spouse, and children for 2024 in today's edition of the Sunday Gleaner. The declaration, which covers January 1st, 2024 to December 31st, 2024, was duly certified by the IC and was published in the Jamaica Gazette on May 26, 2026, as required by law. The income and assets of prime...
You know, before I go further, you know what was hypocritical about this statement by Ocean White? Mark Golden he's not the Prime Minister. He does not have access to any public funds as an MP. So why would his statutory declaration be a concern to them? That was what bothered me, you know. And I forgot to say it because it was such rubbish. When I heard it on Mystic Sensation, I was going to call in and say, but Mystic, Mark Golden is not the Prime Minister. He does not control public funds. So if there's a delay in the statutory declaration, why is that bigger than anything that is happening with the Prime Minister? Why are they calling out Mark Golden? It's a distraction. So I just brushed it off. But ladies and gentlemen, like I said, a few moments later, not even 1 week after they put out the article, here comes Mark Golden's certification. Mighty God, how embarrassing.
Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness have remained uncertified since 2021. The country's single anti-corruption body has reported a sharp decrease in the total income of the Golding family to 39.9 million Jamaican dollars in 2024, when compared with 2023's earnings of 70.7 million Jamaican dollars. A breakdown of the total income for 2024 showed a salary of 25.2 million Jamaican dollars, plus securities income of a little more than 2 million Jamaican dollars. It also showed other income of 12.6 million Jamaican dollars, which fell from 36.9 million Jamaican dollars in 2023. The family also had $279,007 in securities income in 2024, a reduction from the $324,013 in 2023. Under the current legislative regime, lawmakers, public officials earning 12 million Jamaican dollars or more per annum, and other designated government workers are required to file annual statutory declarations with the IC.
There's another thing I need to mention. Mark Golding does not take his full salary. Mark Golding takes 20% of his salary. The 300 and 200% of them give them, the government the JLP government give that Mark Golding and the People's National Party could not stop because they are not the majority. Mark Golding has protested against that by himself, not as an entire entity or party. Everybody else do what they want to do, but he's saying, listen, I can't work with this because these people need their raise and they're not getting it. So Mark Golding has decided that every month he takes out a certain portion of his salary to give to different charities that is needed. Meanwhile, him still lose $30 million in 2024. Mighty God. What a guy. We tell you that today is Mark Golding International. You only think I joke. Mark it down. June 7th, 2026. For me, every June 7th, I will mark down this day and celebrate Mark Golding as a leader, as an integrity boss. Okay? Let's continue.
I see. In the case of the Prime Minister and opposition leader, the law says their declarations must be gazetted and published for the scrutiny of members of the public. The total Jamaican assets of the Golding family dipped from 165.6 million Jamaican dollars in 2023 when compared with 142.1 million Jamaican dollars the following year. The family's Jamaican assets comprise securities amounting to 113.8 million Jamaican dollars, a marginal increase over the 111.2 million Jamaican dollars reported the previous year. Savings accounts of 654,589 Jamaican dollars and 99 cents, declining from 946,440 Jamaican dollars and 68 cents in 2023. Current accounts showed a balance of 2.2 million Jamaican dollars, approximately 1 million Jamaican dollars less than the sum recorded in 2023, and other personal property was 1.15 million Jamaican dollars. Additionally, the Golding family had Jamaican assets, including receivables of 7.5 million Jamaican dollars, automobiles valued at 10.8 million Jamaican dollars, and cash value of life insurance in the sum of 6 million Jamaican dollars. At the same time, the total assets held in U.S. denominated currency by the Golding family amounted to $908,907 US, representing a reduction when compared with $995,874 US in 2023. The Golding's US dollar denominated assets comprise savings of $76,245 US, securities amounting to $379,667 US, real estate valuing $140,000 US, purchase price, automobiles $86,572 US, current accounts $3,459 US, and cash value of life insurance in the sum of $222,953 US. In terms of liabilities, Golding and his family have other accounts payable of 2.7 million Jamaican dollars, as well as 6,890 US. The Integrity Commission hereby certifies that the statutory declaration submitted by the above-named declarant has been examined. Based on the examination, which does not constitute an audit, it appears that the declaration has been duly completed in accordance with the provisions of the Act, the anti-corruption body noted. Meanwhile, the IC had conducted an investigation to determine whether the Prime Minister owned assets disproportionate to his lawful earnings and whether he had made false statements in his statutory declarations by way of omissions, which would be a breach of the law. In September 2024, it referred its investigation report to the Financial Investigations Division, FD, and Tax Administration Jamaica, TJ, as further probe was necessary to resolve the question of illicit enrichment. The Commission said there can be no finality in the certification of Holness assets for 2019 to 2022 without further investigation. IC Director of Investigation, DI, Kevin Stevenson made the referral to the FID and TAJ over concerns about the funding and operations of companies linked to the Prime Minister. The findings of the DI and #39 S investigation raised significant questions around the income-generating capacity of the referenced companies relative to the funds which have been identified in their accounts, the report said. In February, The Sunday Gleaner reported that attorneys for the Prime Minister had requested an update from the FID about its investigation into his statutory declarations. Almost a year has elapsed since the reference of this report to your office, and therefore, in the circumstances, I request that your office provide an update to my client and the Integrity Commission. The Prime Minister's attorneys wrote in the August 2025 letter to head of the FID, Dennis Chung. After confirming to the Sunday Gleaner that it received correspondence from attorneys representing Holness inquiring about a probe relating to their client, the FID said, a written response was provided directing them to seek the relevant information from the Integrity Commission, as any investigative matters concerning their client rest with that body. In December 2024, the Supreme Court granted permission for the Prime Minister to pursue judicial review to invalidate 2 IC reports that questioned his statutory declarations and financial dealings. However, the court rejected Holness' bid to compel the IC to certify his 2022 and 2023 declarations or recommend exoneration.
So, while the integrity boss can go through the process and answer the questions to the Integrity Commission and show everything and give them the details and become certified, Mark Bolin, Sir, the Right Honorable Mark Bolin, when he can do that, what Andrew Holness does is take the Integrity Commission to court and tell the court, say, to reject the actual findings of the Integrity Commission and certify him. Andrew Holness wanted the court to certify him. Right? See that? In December 2024, the Supreme Court granted permission for the Prime Minister to pursue judicial review to invalidate 2 IC reports as questioned his statutory declaration. However, the court rejected his bill to compel IC to certify his 2022 and 2023. He wanted the court to compel the Integrity Commission to certify him. What can go so? Meanwhile, the integrity boss is sitting pretty while being orchestratedly attacked by JLP media. To distract us from the fact that the government did not only spend 2% of 1.44 billion. To distract us from the FLA report, the damning FLA report, dead people buying ammunition, systems being manipulated, and then evidence being conveniently unavailable for investigation. Private people, right? Come on now. But we're gonna go on Twitter to see if Ocean Wide has any integrity in them enough to make sure that they put out a story and give Mark Golding the honor he deserves. Just like how them did put out, and I'm expecting Jamaica to come apologize to the man talking about he must answer this and answer that. How in the hell would Mark Golding be able to answer a report that has not come out? Right? The report has to come out to say it's uncertified enough before he can take action enough. And then they put out this stupid article talking about no legal action has been cited by Golding. How do you put a legal action forward for a document that you haven't seen? It's the same thing with the FLA. You know? They couldn't carry the Integrity Commission to court until the report was tabled. You know? They couldn't carry them to court. All them are going to do, they have to see the report first. But the report was honest and fair, so they cannot take them to court. Simple. Andrew Holness is just using delay tactics. Right? That's all. Carrying the Integrity Commission to court, all these litigation, money, delay, drag it through the courts. But ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you of something. God is dropping the dominoes them. You see, June 22nd, Paul Buchanan will be in court. And that seat for Andrew Holness is coming into question. And if the courts do the right thing, we're going to see a re-election for that seat in particular. And Andrew Holness, at that point, will not be the Prime Minister of Jamaica if it works out that way. Okay? You remember good? So stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen.
Stay tuned. Alright? I don't want to make sure that I don't have any other thing to share in this reaction in terms of this particular part of it. Yes? Let me just make sure. Like the video. Hey y'all, please remember to hit the like button. I know y'all come in sometimes and y'all forget, but the main thing, man, y'all gotta hit the like button, man, and share the live stream. Come on now, stop playing. Support. The like button is free, heard? Jamaica, listen to this from Dr. Nathan Campbell, ladies and gentlemen. I think this is a brilliant idea in preparation for these monster storms that's coming. Listen to this.
Madam Speaker, the first recommendation I place before the House in this is the establishment of a permanent agriculture and fisheries disaster recovery fund. Such a fund should not be created after every hurricane, flood, or drought. It should not depend on emergency appeals or delayed budget allocations after livelihoods have been destroyed. It should be a standing national fund, financed annually and ready to be activated immediately when disaster strikes. Jamaica is vulnerable to hurricanes, floods, droughts, and other climate-related events. These risks are predictable. Our response system should therefore be proactive, not reactive. A permanent fund would allow government to move from crisis management to preparedness. It would provide farmers and fishers with confidence that support will be available through a clear, transparent mechanism whenever disaster causes significant losses. The fund should serve 5 core purposes: providing emergency assistance to affected producers, replacing critical productive assets, supporting temporary livelihoods where incomes have been disrupted, accelerating replanting and restocking, and helping producers rebuild in ways that are more resilient to future disasters. Importantly, recovery must be linked to production. The objective is not simply to compensate losses, but to help farmers return to their fields and fishers return to the sea as quickly as possible. Madam Speaker, every disaster teaches the same lesson. Delayed recovery increases hardship, weakens food security, and slows economic growth. A permanent recovery fund would help ensure that assistance is timely, predictable, and focused on restoring livelihoods. If we know the disaster will come, then preparedness is not an option, it is a responsibility. Madam Speaker, for the fund to succeed, it must be transparent, efficient, and trusted by the people it is designed to serve. It cannot become another program defined by delay, uncertainty, or discretion. It must operate according to clear rules, clear timelines, and clear accountability. Farmers and fishers should know who qualifies, what losses are covered, what support is available, and how assistance can be accessed. Once a disaster is declared and the fund is activated, application should be processed through a simple and accessible system supported by RADA, Fisheries Authority, and parish-level recovery teams. Most importantly, recovery must be timely. Damage assessment should begin immediately. Emergency assistance should reach affected producers within weeks, and regular public reports should provide transparency on beneficiaries, funding, and progress. The fund should also be supported by parish-level agricultural and fisheries recovery teams established before disaster occurs. Their role would be to assess damage, verify losses, coordinate assistance, and ensure that support reaches those most in need quickly and fairly. Madam Speaker, preparedness is not simply about forecasting storms. It is about having systems in place to protect livelihoods, restore production, and help people recover with dignity when disaster strikes. The obvious question is how such a fund would be financed. The answer is that it should not depend on a single source of funding. A permanent agriculture and fishery disaster recovery fund should be supported through a blended model that combines annual government allocations, climate finance, insurance mechanism, development partner support, and private sector partnership. Madam Speaker, A responsible nation does not wait until livelihoods are destroyed before searching for funding. It prepares in advance.
Ladies and gentlemen, the GenSec is on to something. I hope that the Jamaican Labour Party steal this idea and implement it quickly, you know, for the benefit of the Jamaican people, you know, because honestly, we are left to bear with the hurricane season now upon us. And I tell you, I know some fishermen, some professionals, and you know, it's rough. It's rough, ladies and gentlemen. This is really, really good. I like this idea. This was well thought through. Hey, shout out to the GenSec, man. Y'all thought the GenSec was sleeping. Listening to the people, ladies and gentlemen, formulating ideas, sound ideas. And this is an extremely sound idea.
Equally important, Madam Speaker, is accountability. The fund should be independently audited, report annually to Parliament, and publish recovery reports after major disasters, detailing how funds were allocated, who benefited, and what outcomes were achieved.
Yes, this is not NARA. You hear, Andrew? This is not NARA. This is not an, you know, listen, you're probably not going to like this one, but this is how it's supposed to be implemented. Accountability. Because we know someone not like accountability, you know. Yes.
The Jamaican people should not have to guess how disaster funds are being spent. Transparency must be built into the system from the beginning. I propose the establishment of an oversight body as well, comprising of representatives of government, opposition, farmers and fishers organizations, and other relevant stakeholders to strengthen public confidence and ensure fair administration. Madam Speaker, the issue before us is not whether resources can be found. The issue is whether we are prepared to build permanent systems that ensure those resources reach the people who need them the most, when they need them the most. This is not simply an agricultural priority. It is a national responsibility and one that should unite us across party lines. Madam Speaker, disaster recovery is essential, but recovery alone cannot be our strategy. We must place equal emphasis on reducing vulnerability before disaster strikes. Climate change is no longer a future concern. It is a present reality. Farmers are facing longer droughts, more intense hurricanes, irregular rainfall, flooding, heat stress, and increased pest pressures. Fishers are confronting changing marine conditions and increasingly dangerous seas. The question is whether we are doing enough to help them adapt. Serious resilience program must include expanded irrigation, water harvesting system, protected agriculture, drought-resistant crops, improved drainage, hurricane-resistant infrastructure, coastal protection, and modern early warning systems.
So, this part of the speech I want me to highlight because I really want to hear from the people. Listening to Dr. Dayton Campbell's suggestion about that fund. Let me know your thoughts in the comment section, ladies and gentlemen. I personally think it's an excellent one. And the more I think about it, the more I'm liking it. I'm actually loving it. Let me know what you think. Ladies and gentlemen, it's your brother Bolo V&R. I want to examine. It says here that public apology from Young Jamaica for misleading attack on Mark Bolin. Hey, that's what I love her, you know. Yo, let's hear what she have to say, man.
The following is a release from the People's National Party Media Unit.
The People's National Party Youth Organization is calling on Young Jamaica and the Jamaica Labour Party's Communications Task Force to issue an immediate and public apology for the dissemination of a reckless, baseless, and malicious statement concerning opposition leader Mark Golding's 2024 statutory declaration. The PNPYO is deeply disturbed that this misinformation was sent to the media and disseminated to the wider public without even the basic level of research, verification, or due diligence being conducted. The PNPYO further notes that the certification by the Integrity Commission of opposition leader Mark Golding's 2024 statutory declaration was published in the Jamaica Gazette on May 26, 2026. More than a week before Young Jamaica's defamatory press release was issued. The Jamaica Gazette is the official state newspaper and a journal of record for the government of Jamaica and serves as the official medium through which such information is published to the public. Even the most basic level of due diligence would have revealed the facts before Young Jamaica chose to issue its statement.
So I did not know that. Before Young Jamaica came out and put out the article, Mark Golding statutory declaration was gazetted. No man, sue them, Mr. Marky G. If they don't come out and publicly apologize, sue the hell out of them. Them out of that. Make an example out of them, Marky G. I know still have a lot on your plate, but I know you can find on the top line of them where you know if you just deal with the case. No man, them stink man, them out of order man. Let's continue.
Public is therefore entitled to ask whether this was simply negligence or a deliberate attempt to tarnish the reputation of the leader of the opposition. We are proud to be led by a leader such as Mark Golding MP, whose statutory declarations have been certified by the Integrity Commission every year since he became a Member of Parliament in 2017, including for the year ending December 31, 2024. The Prime Minister and the Minister with responsibility for information have repeatedly pledged to fight misinformation and correct falsehoods when they arise. This is their opportunity to prove that those commitments are more than talking points. If an apology to the leader of the opposition is not forthcoming, it will speak volumes about how seriously the JLP and its affiliates.
Hey, Mr. You see you. That's why I should get the big box, ladies and gentlemen. Dana Morris Dixon, we're calling you out. Dana Morris Dixon, that pledged to fight misinformation. We are calling you out. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're not following and not subscribing, please do so right now. Dana Morris Dixon, Minister of Education and Responsibility for information in whatever capacity you are. We are calling you out. If you guys don't swallow your pride and fix Young Jamaica business and make them come out and loudly apologize to Mark Golding for spreading mischief and misinformation in regards to his statutory declaration without doing any real research. And this thing is a regular thing from them too, you know. And that to find out, you know. Over the years, they have been operating in this capacity, right? So now, seeing as the JLP want to tell us that they are the standard of information and they are the only ones we should listen to, well, we're not going to let this go, you know. We are not going to let this go. We need to apologize to the integrity boss. The man even lose money in a 2024, $30+ million. And what alarms me is that the man is not the Prime Minister. So I don't understand why you guys are so zealously attacking his statutory declaration when he has a track record of being certified, but your leader for the last almost 5 years is not certified at all. And if you should go into the details of the report, it's quite damning. Right? And this is why the People's National Party was asking for his resignation, for him to be removed and do the principle thing. But because you guys don't have any principle, right? And now we know that you don't have any principle based off your actions from then till now, right? We still is going to call on, we're not going to call on you to have some shame, have some dignity, have some self-respect, and apologize to the leader of the opposition. The Right Honorable, the Most Honorable Mark Jefferson Golding. Out of order. Let's continue.
Truly take transparency, accountability, and honest public discourse. As young leaders, we have to hold ourselves to a high standard and strive to operate above the fray at all times. It is unfortunate that Young Jamaica chooses to engage in this kind of political tomfoolery, while they and the G2K remain largely missing from policy discourse and advocacy on the myriad issues affecting Jamaica's youth. The PNPYO is calling on...
Hey, what does the young arm or the young jail people, what them for? They are so quiet when it comes to key policies and legislations and what is actually happening in the country. They seem to be an organization of puppets that only move when the Prime Minister tells them to move and only talk when the Prime Minister tells them to talk. Where's your independent voice? Where is it? Very, very sad. A call of action. Have some dignity about yourself, man. Do better, man. Do better. Let's continue.
Young Jamaica to apply the same standards of accountability to its own leadership. While Mr. Golding has been certified annually since 2017, Prime Minister Andrew Holness has remained uncertified since 2021. They need to explain why their Prime Minister's statutory declarations remain uncertified.
He needs some milk.
The youth of Jamaica deserve better. The country deserves better. An apology and correction of the record are not only warranted, they are necessary.
Visit our website at pnp.org.jm or check us out on Facebook at Jamaica PNP.
Big shout out. Sorry about that. When it actually got to that part of the music, that's what happened. So big shout out to her on that, and then we play this again for the reaction purposes from the picture.
Or check us out on Facebook at Jamaica PNP. The following is a release from the People's National Party Media Unit.
Mr. Golding has once again demonstrated that accountability is something to be embraced. We are now calling on young Jamaica to show the Jamaican people that their stated commitment to integrity extends beyond partisan politics, and to demand from the Prime Minister the same transparency they so eagerly sought from the leader of the opposition.
Visit our website at PNP.
That's very, very clear. Now, I want to play this. JLP is a disgrace. Look at this. The JLP senators voted no to help in Hurricane Melissa victims rebuild. Senator Floyd Morris, opposition spokesperson on housing, proposed amendments to NHT bill that would have ring-fenced NHT funds only to rebuild homes destroyed in St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland, Hanover, and St. James, limited further annual NHT extractions to 2 years ending March 2028 instead of 5 more years to 2031. Government senators voted both amendments down. Again, over 20,000 homes destroyed, 70,000 Jamaicans still under tarpaulin. The government had the chance to act. They chose not to. Mighty God. For all the people in St. Elizabeth, Hanover, St. James, Westmoreland, and all the other areas that are displaced, homeless, I want you guys to remember this moment. The moment that the Jamaica Labour Party government that says they are caring government decided to vote no to this particular amendment. Let's listen. Let's listen, ladies and gentlemen.
Amendments that I am... Morris? I have some amendments that I am proposing, and in two, I would want to see us delete 2C, 2D, and 2E, because... Delete 2C, yes, 2D, and? E. Yes. So that we would support for 2 years, which would end in 2028. And then I am going to be proposing a new 3. Clause 3? Yes. No, don't get there yet then.
No, it's consequent.
It's consequent on this.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm adding a new section 3, which would read, these funds should be specifically used to build houses for citizens who have been affected by Hurricane Melissa in the affected parishes. And the existing 3 would become 4, and therein we would change the date to March 2028. Those are the amendments that I'm proposing.
Thank you very much. So the members would have heard the proposed amendment to clause 2. All in favor of the amendments proposed by Senator Morris?
Aye.
Thank you very much. So 1 minute. So the noes have it. Divide?
Yes.
Yeah, are you serious, Senator Morris?
Yeah.
A divide?
Yes.
Madam Clerk?
This is a proposal to bill.
Madam
Also
Clerk?
the people who are...
Senator Brown, please.
I'm just trying to clarify.
Morris?
I have...
So there you have it. The Jamaica Labour Party representatives did not hesitate to say no to helping 20,000 people that are displaced, that their house was destroyed, 70,000 Jamaicans that are still under Kapali. I just want that to sink in for the people out there that want to say that this is a good government and this is a caring government. Their actions speak for themselves. 100%. All right? Fully. Actions speak louder than... Don't tell me that you care about me while stabbing me in the neck with a sharp knife. Don't tell me that. Don't tell me that you care and I need water to drink, but you refuse to give me a bottle when you have 100 cases in front of you. Don't tell me that you care about me and I'm dying for hunger and you have apples and oranges and all types of organic things in your disposal to give me for me to get sustenance, but you refuse to give it to me. Don't tell me you care about me. Their actions speak volumes, and I want you, the Jamaican people, to remember this moment in time, you know. Don't forget it, you know. Don't let this be a 9-day one, you know. These are the types of things you hold a government to an organization for life. Because PMP and JLP and no P at all is in those 70,000 people. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue.
People's National Party unit.
I'm calling on the Minister of Finance to explain why the government withdrew $500 million from the Financial Services Commission, which has caused a significant deterioration in its financial position, while the FSC is increasing the fees it charges to insurance companies. These increased fees will simply be passed on by the insurance companies to the end consumer, who will be burdened with higher premiums to insure their homes and their cars. These increased costs come at a time when consumers are burdened with weekly gas price increases and have seen the cost of food increase due to the government's own tax package. The minister must explain this decision, which has resulted in a deterioration in the FSC's financial position while imposing more costs on the Jamaican consumer.
Visit our web.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, thank God for the People's National Party, right? Or I would not know this unless I read it in the newspaper. So these people draw down 500 million from FSC, as regulator seeks, and the FSC in turn is seeking to charge the insurance companies more. Obviously, the insurance companies are going to charge their customers more. So you, the regular citizen, you remember when they said no new taxes? Oh, they are finding ways to bleed you guys of money. The government is finding ways of bleeding you, the regular citizens' money. Meanwhile, their family members that own and very wealthy is going to benefit from NARA significantly. Oh, we're going to get involved. We're going to get into that. Let me know what you guys think in the comment section, ladies and gentlemen. That's the next topic. We're going to get into that. That's what we're going to get into. Mighty God. You know, like I share this video, ladies and gentlemen.
Right? I am getting to understand that corruption has been normalized under the Jamaica Labour Party, and they take pride in hiding corruption. So anybody that have sense, like a blogger, like myself, we have sense, and we try to educate the people, then take offense to us as bloggers. Knowing well, within themselves that what we are doing is not wrong, But it is the hallmark and the mantra of the Jamaica Labour Party to keep the truth withheld from the people of this country. And so Jamaica, I don't know anywhere else in this world or any other jurisdiction, any country, that a minister could be under such scrutiny, right? And he's made to remain where he is. I don't understand. There's certainly no jurisdiction, no